so someone could be saved. There's a place for people like you. I heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you. People like you. I heard up there the streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, yeah, there's a place up there for people like you. I know you're out there, so keep doing what you do, 'cause there's a place up there for people like you. Out of many, one people we are.
Hear them say, dreadlocks can't live in a tenement. Dreadlocks can't live in a tenement, yeah.
Don't put your nose in a people's business, because them say he who keepeth his mouth keepeth his life. God give you 2 ears and 1 mouth. You talk less and listen more. Keep by your mouth. What me say? Keep by your mouth.
And I say he that keepeth his mouth, you know, they shall be longer. I never ask you, nothing when you tell me. I beg you daily to cease and still you keep talking. Me granny tell me from your little baby, he that keepeth his mouth shall stay out of problem. You mean? It seems like he was carrying bread, so I ain't carrying on. No, say about that chatter with me, well, chatter of me, no murder, rap big in farm. Oh, Jay. Your mouth I go put you in a problem. Deep problem. Whoa. Hey. Oh, Jay. I said your mouth I go put you in a problem.
Godson, are you that?
Give thanks to Circle Family every time. Rasta. Yeah.
You have to be careful, you know. Them just watch you, and them chatty, you know. Them not see I'm blind and them not hear and deaf. Let me say that. Bad mind, man, all of your thing all over the internet.
Yeah. You a go ball, say see a kaya mountain. You a go weak, say see a kaya deep creation make your ball. See it, 'cause your mouth every thief is a liar, every liar is a thief.
Yo, you know, planets I give him the album.
Yo, shit bad. But me just say Teflon and deal with them more, you know.
Yo, I wanna play FIFA. So what a ball for? Nah man, come off of the phone man, make you play some real ball man. I want to know. Remember you tell me Teflon hate me. So what? Then you tell Teflon can excite him like a dose of poison. Don't believe it, you're wicked. Oh man, yes. You tell me woman say me have another lady. Lie. Then you tell me say she have a man will live a high rise. Murderer, mount of my sea.
Felix, what me now? Watch much like me go get one put it on Instagram. Oh yeah, idiot girl.
Beautiful children walk one. I wanna take. Nah man, self is everything, you know. So make we take some picture of walk one and nature, you know. We get more life to that, you know. Because I hope one day we can beautiful like them too, you know. So we give thanks, you know, take care of yourself, Rasta.
Chronics. She coming girl.
Yeah.
Sorry, him do that.
Watch him all this Teflon girl, look at Come in, kid.
Wagwan. Where I deal it? Family time, man. Right now, some load in the fair play right now. If no belly full of load, right, you can't sit down and look on food. Double six. Chronics. Your mouth never eats, no sleep, no slumber. So me know you is a Peter Plunder. Come like in a fear the man when roll the thunder. Never saw me feature cast a 32 teeth asunder. Hey. Your mouth I go put you in a problem. Deep, deep problem. My word, OJ.
Rock it tonight with you, girl. Won't you say the last dance for me? I wanna rock it tonight with you, girl. Won't you say the last dance for me? Hey there, DJ, won't you put this one up on replay? Don't want this party to decay. Gonna be a soul shakedown. you all my life, all my dreams. So why am I surprised here with me? That's how it should be. But you look in my eyes, turn away. You can see inside. I'm afraid of feeling. Oh, I don't know what to say. I don't understand. It's not the way I planned. I can't stay. I can't leave. I'm torn between two people I need. One of them is you, the other is me. We come from different worlds, different stars. When you're lying here in my arms, all I wanna do is love the way you do. All I wanna do is love the way you do. How can I go on like nothing's changed? You and I both know the choice was made when I first touched you. Now if I stay or leave, it's all the same. Awake or in my dreams, I'll see your face. I will love you. I'm always in control. Now here I stand. My heart is in my hand. I can't stay. I can't leave. I'm torn between two people I need. rose in the morning, a flower sleeping tight, all rolling like the thunder now. As I look in your eyes, I hold on to your body and feel it move you make. Your voice is warm and tender, a love that I could not forsake. 'Cause you are my lady, I am your man. Whenever you reach for me, I'll do all that I can. Lost is how I'm feeling, lying in your arms, when the world outside's too much to take. That's all, and when I'm with you, even though there may be time, it seems I'm far away. Never wonder where I am, 'cause I'm always by your side. You are my lady, I am your man. Whenever you reach for me, I'll do all that I can. We're heading for something, somewhere I've never been. At times I am frightened, but I'm ready to learn for the power of love. The sound of your heart beating, you feel it move you make. There's a feeling that I can't hold on, it's like years away. Ooh, you are my lady, and I am your man. Whenever you reach for me, I do all that I can. Come on. We're heading for something, somewhere I've never been. At times I am frightened, but I'm ready to learn for the power of love. Ooh, the power of
Kindly asking that you be seated at this time. to the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. The event promotes understanding of the public sector and trade unionism in Jamaica through structured debates among high school students. It is the second staging of this event, and JCSA has partnered once more with the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE Limited, to bring back a marvelous competition. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. 26 teams registered to this competition, and now we are down to 4, 2 of which are going to be competing in the third place playoffs and another 2 for the grand final match. It's Civil Service Week, and it's being executed under the theme, Advancing the Vision, Building a Nation. To start off this morning's proceedings, we'll be having the opening prayer by Miss Chanel McLean from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service.
Good morning, everyone. Please stand so we could pray. Most kind and loving Father, we just want to tell you thanks so much for life, for health and strength. Thank you, Father, for bringing us here to this competition. I pray, Lord, that today will be a success. Be with our proceedings today, and I ask that you just help the team to just let it be a memorable one, and help them to enjoy themselves, and Lord, bring back to their remembrance what they have, studied. I ask, oh Father, that you continue to bless and abide with us. We tell you thanks in your many blessings. Amen.
Please remain standing for the reading of the JCSA mission statement. You can turn to the back of your program sheets, and we'll be reading together. The Jamaica Civil Service Association seeks to uphold the highest qualities of professional service to the nation through the guarantee of a highly trained workforce of competent and committed persons whose legitimate interests are safeguarded and affirmed through membership in the organization. You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome again to the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. If you believe that you are a mega deal, I want you to make some noise. So are you a mega deal? All right, and to reaffirm that notion, to give us opening remarks, is our JCSA President, Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffiths. Tisha Clark Griffiths.
Good morning, everyone. Let's do this again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you very much. My name is Tisha Clark Griffiths, President of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. And it is my distinct pleasure in providing some opening remarks at the second staging of the JCSA's Debating Competition 2024. Can I get a round of applause, please? It is Civil Service Week. Yesterday we started our church service, inviting God's presence into our week of activities. And isn't God a good God? He has afforded us the opportunity to be here safely, and we pray for journeying mercies for those who are on their way. And I'm happy to see all of you here this morning. I am elated because I now take my mind back to the days when I was going to a prominent high school just down the road, Arden High School, the Arden High School, where I was not so very eloquent and well spoken and brave as you all, but I attempted the debating competition. I attempted, okay? In the first match, we lost. I was third speaker, and I was devastated. So guess what? I did not go back. Isn't that bad? Yes. So in those youthful exuberance, you felt so humiliated. And you know where I went? Kenwood Center at the Burger King debating competition. So at that time, I was devastated. Subsequently, I think 2 successful years, Arden won, and so I supported the team, but I never went back on the debating team. So it is actually a passion of mine, and so it is truly an honor to be here today to the grand final of the debating competition. And I just want you to give yourselves a round of applause for getting here this morning. To all the schools, I'm honored to know that last year, I think we had 18? 12? No, this year we had 26 schools. And that is an additional 12 from where we started in our inaugural year. And I can see this competition growing bigger and better over the long term. And I'm so appreciative to Jade. And I think Jade deserves a round of applause. Do you think Jade is doing an excellent job, right? And our partners, the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service Planning Committee. Clap them, man, clap them. First of all, let me just acknowledge my Vice President, Third Vice President Alwynton Roberts on my right, who is also, is also the officer in charge of this competition, and he has been doing an excellent job. And I just wanted to give him a rousing round of applause. I also want to recognize Mr. Jermaine Barrett from JADA, Executive Director. Where's Ravon? Well, Ravon is on the outside, but I also want to acknowledge him as well. And Mr. Xavier McFarlane, our moderator, I can say. Permit me also to appreciate and acknowledge Ms. Chanel McLean from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. Mr. Fabian White from the Ministry of Finance, again, and Public Service. Ms. Marley Knight at the back there. Sorry, Marley Mitchell. Marley Mitchell, sorry, I'm giving you another name. I'm sorry for giving you. Yes, Julia Campbell. I saw her at the back. I'm missing one person. Sylvia, where's Sylvia? She's running late. All right, clap them anyway, Thank you very much. I also want to take just a moment, colleagues, just permit me. The JCSA started with a quiz competition. And for many, I think it ran for 20 years, the JCSA quiz competition. When I became president, the first female president to hold office in 104 years last year, I introduced the debating competition in my inaugural year. But during the 20 years of our competition, we had a very influential, a philanthropist, Mr. Glenn Bromfield, who is the owner of this hotel. And maybe it is purposeful that God has allowed him, that God has allowed us to be here today because Mr. Bromfield passed recently. And he would have contributed significantly to our quiz competition. And subsequently, we have a Glenn Bromfield, Jamaica Civil Service Association Trust Fund that Mr. Bromfield contributed to and has been doing so for the last 10 years. And that trust fund really is a fund that allows high schoolers to high school students to be able to be funded during their entire 7 years of schooling for their high school period. And I just want to take a moment. I'm going to allow, his wife is not here. We are going to do a tribute to her when the time is appropriate, so I'm asking for your permission. But for now, I want you to just stand with me for a minute of silence as we honor our dear brother Bromfield, who has left us and will be laid to rest on December 13th, 2024. And I just want somebody to do a minute for me and to indicate when that minute is expired. So at this time, can we just have a moment of silence in honor of our dear brother? May his soul rest in peace and light perpetually shines upon him. Thank you very much. So the Jamaica Civil Service Association debating competition is a reflection of the potential, talent, and insight within our young people across Jamaica. I am proud to see so many bright minds come together to engage in debate on critical matters like the role of trade union, public services, governance, and government. The Jamaica Civil Service Association debating competition is now in its second year and has grown tremendously. This year, we welcomed 12 additional schools from across the island. This increase not only speaks to the enthusiasm and engagement of our young people, but it also represents our commitment to investing more resources in youth development. For us, the Jamaica Civil Service Association is about expanding knowledge and building a future where our young people are empowered, aware, and ready to lead. One of the proudest moments for me as a president has been the initiating competition last year, which I believe have provided students with invaluable skills and experience. Debating helps develop critical thinking, public speaking, teamwork, and the ability to see issues from multiple perspectives, skills that are essential for future leaders in any field. This year, I'm pleased to introduce the inaugural Tisha Clark Griffiths Award for Excellence. There are two of them. It's including distinction and merit, recognizing the outstanding contribution and achievement in this competition. I hope these awards inspire you, inspire each of you to thrive for excellence, not only here, but in all the areas of your individual lives. Today, we will witness the debate between Campion College and Mannings High School, and a third-place playoff between Montego Bay High School for Girls and Glenmore High School. Give them a round of applause, please. You all have worked incredibly hard to reach this stage, and today is a celebration of your dedication, talent, and resilience. Whether you leave here as a champion or with a lesson, know that each of you is a winner for participating, learning, and growing through this experience. We could not have achieved this without the support of our valued partners. Jade, the Jamaica Association for Development. Can you just give Jade a round of applause, please? And the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, again, please, a round of applause. And our partners, you, coaches, students, Members of my staff, Jamaica Civil Service Association, can you please acknowledge my staff by recommending, giving them a round of applause, please? Who shares the vision, fostering youth engagement in a meaningful way. Thank you for your continued commitment to this initiative. Also, we pause to recognize the difficult job of our educators, but we acknowledge that you are champions in your own cause. We also want to recognize the schools who have not made it to the finals of this competition. I think they too also deserve a round of applause. You all have worked diligently with these young debaters. You all should be commended for the role you have played in developing and nurturing these young minds. Your hard work has not gone unnoticed. To the participants, as you take the stage today, remember that your voices matter. You are the future of the Jamaican public service, our governance, and perhaps even our own trade unions. Debate passionately, listen actively, and give your all. We believe in you, and we look forward to seeing the impact each of you will make in your years to come. Thank you, and all the best, and the best of luck to all the debaters. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you to the president of the JCSA, Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffiths. It's Civil Service Week, and it's being executed under the theme, Advancing the Vision, Building a Nation. It's time for greetings across JCSA. And to give us greeting is the Administration and Human Resource Manager, Miss Patrice Porter.
Madam President, Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffiths, our third Vice President, Mr. Alwinton Roberts, Jermaine Barrett, other distinguished guests, students, and members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, good morning. It is with great honor that I bring warm greetings on behalf of our General Secretary, Mrs. Tiffany Powell Williams, who extends heartfelt congratulations to all participants, finalists in this year's JCSA debate competition. Today, as we gather for the vibrant exchange of ideas and perspective, we are mindful of the power of debate, not merely as a contest of words, but as a cornerstone of democracy, intellectual development. This platform exemplifies the values we hold dear within the Jamaica Civil Service Association: collaboration, critical thinking, and a commitment to excellence. I would like to applaud the hard work and dedication of all the students and their mentors who have prepared for this moment. Your effort reflects not just the pursuit of knowledge, but also the readiness to engage with the pressing issue of our time. We also recognize the invaluable support of teachers, schools, and the organizing committee who have worked tirelessly to make this event possible. To the debaters, whether you emerge as winners today or not, know that you stand, speak, and defend your idea is a victory in itself. Put your hands together. And I'm extremely happy to see my parish, Westmoreland, being represented by the Mannings High School. You are all champions of this dialogue, and you embody the future of a Jamaica that listens, learns, and leads. As we celebrate the essence of this competition, I encourage you to carry forward the spirit of respectful dialogue and mutual understanding in all areas of your lives, because it is through such encouragement that we build a strong and more united Jamaica. On behalf of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, I wish you all a day filled with inspiration, camaraderie, and outstanding debates. May your voice echoes, not just in this room, but in the hearts and mind of everyone you encounter. Thank you, and may today's finals be a resounding success.
Thank you to Ms. Patrice Porter. And to continue in the spirit of greetings through the JCSA is the third Vice President, Mr. Arlington Roberts.
Morning, everyone. Well, a special good morning to our president, Sister Tisha Clark Griffiths, and to Jermaine and his team. Wow, I feel like a proud father today. So our president conceptualized a debating competition, because as she said, for over 20 years we had a quiz competition. But as you know, debate challenge you in a different way. So she said to me, Alrington, I want a debate competition. And thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President, for, conceptualizing this debate competition. It has moved from blossoming last year to bearing fruits this year. I feel like a proud father. And when I watch the first match and a couple of the matches, I feel good. I feel good for Jamaica, because I know that Jamaica is in good hands. With this crop of young people coming through, when I hear how high quality the debates were, I know Jamaica is in good hands. So I used to worry about the future of Jamaica, but if we can replicate the students in this room, the critical thinking skills that you have brought to the debate, if you can replicate that through the schools that you are in, I'm confident that the future of Jamaica is bright. And you just basically need to just stay in school. I recently heard a speech, and I took one thing from that speech. So Charlton Heston starred in the show Ben-Hur, and he said the most difficult part of the movie was, him learning to ride the chariot. He did it for 4 months before the show. He practiced to ride the chariot, and he was supposed to ride the chariot and win. But he said to the person who trained him that I can ride the chariot, but I don't know if I can win. The person who trained him said, just stay in the game. Just stay in the race. And I'm saying that to you today. Just stay in the race of education. And he said to Charlton, you will be a winner by just staying in the race. And I'm saying to you today, as our president said, there were no losers up to this point, and there will be no losers today. You have done well to reach here. Win or lose, you are all winners in our eyes and in the eyes of Jamaica. I'd like to say, special thanks to the secretariat team headed by our General Secretary, Mrs. Tiffany Powell-Williams. Also a special thanks to Sister Patrice Porter. Wow, give her a big clap. From day one, Sister Patrice and the President carried this debate, busy with it. Every time I call Sister Patrice, she's looking about the debate. Every time I talk to the President, she's looking about the debate. Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. These two ladies let me look good. Thank you both. I'd also like to say thanks to the Trade Union Education team at the Jamaica Civil Service Association. The members of that team are also part of this debate competition who plan and execute it. Also, I'd like to say a special thanks to Sister Randa. Where is she? She's somewhere in the room. Okay, Sister Randa, thank you very much for the hours you put in, Sister Randa. I'd like to say thanks to our partners, Jade, Jermaine. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I see how Jade has executed their competition, the professionalism that they come with, the hard work ethics that they come with. So I know once you say Jade and the Jamaica Civil Service Association, you say success and a mega deal. So in closing, I want to just remind us that we are all winners. Thank you very much, students, for participating. Thank you very much, students, for doing so well. And as I said before, there is no losers in this competition. All the teams are winners. And my only wish for this competition, and I'm saying it publicly, because I know sometimes when I said things publicly, I put the president and the JCSA team under pressure. So, for a competition of this quality, and I'm speaking it into being because I've watched a couple of the matches and I know the final and the third and fourth place player of today is going to be excellent. We shouldn't confine it to this room. The entire Jamaica should be seeing it on television. So it is my wish, Secretariat and Madam President, that next year for our 3rd year anniversary, we have live television wherever we have this competition so they can see it, the entire Jamaica and the world can see it on live television. So, Madam President, I'm challenging myself and I'm challenging you. We need to go out and look at a sponsor because the excellence of this debate competition should not be confined to this room and our eyes and our ears should not feast on it. I know it's being streamed, but I want the entire Jamaica to see it on live television. So let's pray for that next year. And thank you very much, students. You have made the Jamaica Civil Service and Jade look good. So thank you again. Thank you again for partnering with us.
Thank you to Mr. Arlington Roberts, the 3rd Vice President of JCSA. Ladies and gentlemen, the Jamaica Civil Service Association High School Debate Competition 2024 has the objectives of advancing public sector awareness, career promotion, critical thinking, networking, and teamwork. And how could this have been propelled without the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE Limited? JADE is the catalyzing arm for critical thinking, debating, and empowerment through oratory in Jamaica and the English-speaking Caribbean. And JADE boasts in promoting the 5 C's of education, which are critical thinking, collaboration, creativity, communication, and confidence. Today, to give us greetings and to talk to us about how JADE is creating and fueling a thinking revolution is the founder and executive director, Mr. Jermaine Barrett.
Madam President Tisha Clark Griffiths, Mr. Arlington Roberts, Patrice Porter, my very good friend. I was greeted when I arrived here by Helen. Is Helen here? Hi, Helen. How are you? Good, good, good. I know there are other officers here of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. I also understand that there are officers from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. We also have the wind beneath my wings, my officers from JADE. Welcome to you all, and a very special welcome to all the students and teachers who are gathered here this morning. Welcome. Give yourselves a round of applause. I feel compelled, Madam President, to pile on a little pressure on you as your 3rd Vice President has done. I want to reveal to you, ladies and gentlemen, that there is a bit of a void right now, this year. We don't know if the void will be filled by that which created the void, but there is a void. And as I was saying to Madam President, the void is that the largest debating competition on the island has gone on a hiatus, on a pause. And Madam President, if I may disclose some private information, Madam President, she revealed to me that she wants to take this competition to such a large and grand scale that it fills that void. I won't tell you the name of the competition because I don't want to get into trouble. But Madam President, it's now public, yes? We are taking this competition to hitherto unattained heights. I want to bring to your attention at this time some consideration as to why it is that we're doing all of this. It is more than just the gift of gab. It is more than the oratory and the beautiful speaking. It is about those 5 C's that Xavier spoke about. It's about the skill of communication. And you see, that skill is indispensable. I oftentimes say to people, you know, I was trained in industrial analytical chemistry. And as a chemist, if I found the extract for cancer or some horrific disease, but only I knew that, and when I go in front of the community of scientists internationally, I can't communicate to them why my discovery is the answer for the illness. What do you think will become of that solution? It becomes lost, yes? So we have to learn how to communicate. We also have to learn how to advocate. And the beautiful thing about this competition is that it gets young people like yourselves who are not yet in the public service, but maybe some of your parents are, some of your uncles, your aunties are public servants. I think it's what? Is it 30,000 or how many persons are in the public service?
No, 110,000.
110,000 members, and of course, 30,000 of which are members of the JCSA. Yes, so it's a big demographic. And you, many of you young people, will find yourselves holding jobs in the public service. So this being Public Service Week, it is beautiful that the Jamaica Civil Service Association has decided yet again for the second time around to host this competition as its contribution to the development of young people. Yes, because even though many of them might go into the private sector, Madam President, it's still a part of nation building. It's still a part of making Jamaica a better and a stronger country overall. So I think at this time we should applaud the Jamaica Civil Service Association for doing outstanding work. Yes. I want as well to commend one of my team members who, I tell you, he is, I told him the other day that I'm going to create a position called Deputy Executive Director, and it will be him. Because he's doing a job far beyond that of his portfolio responsibility, that of Special Projects Manager. Ravon Thomas Matthews. You see, ladies and gentlemen, for 10 years, Jade is now 10 years, and for 10 years, we as an organization, we have struggled. And Madam President and others of you here will know that when you have your child and you want to see a child develop, you put your own money and your own resources in your child, right? And I've done that for many, many years. And I got to a point where I had a conversation with Ravon and said, for Jay to get to the next level, for us to break out and become big and strong, we need money. And your role in this organization is going to be pivotal towards us becoming that strong and, dare I say, wealthy organization. We're not yet there yet. We're not there yet. But we're getting there. We're getting there. And so that is Ravon's role, to engage with our partners, the clans, the organizations, to sell debating as a tool for advancement of the country and ultimately to enrich our coffers. And Ravon has been doing a spectacular job. Round of applause to Ravon. So the second C, critical thinking. You see, in Jamaica, I think critical thinking is one of the skills that we need the most. Because critical thinking is that tool that you use to interrogate issues, to understand the issues at a deeper level, and to be able to posit solutions. And think about your own lives. Think about the issues in your communities, in your families, in the nation at large. For us to solve any of those issues, we have to apply critical thinking. A poll came out recently that said that Jamaicans, the biggest concerns that confront them now are the 3 C's: crime, corruption, and the cost of living. And for us to solve those problems, we have to use the mind. We have to be creative. Yes? We have to apply ourselves and ultimately build Jamaica better. Yes? So that's what this competition is also about. But then there's also the creativity. We need creative approaches. The challenges are insurmountable sometimes, it seems. But behind every challenge, there lays a solution. Yes? Every challenge, there's a solution right behind it. So we have to be creative to mount over the challenge, to get around it. Yes, to find that solution and to implement it. So creativity is massively important. A study done by an organization in the United States revealed that one of the most critical, crucial skill sets in the workplace is creativity. Creativity. Because you see, a job description and the instructions that you get from your boss is basically the surface of what it is that you will need to do on the job. Every single day, and those of you who work can attest to it, every single day you come upon different challenges, difficulties, yes, that you have to find innovative approaches to resolve, and that requires the creativity of the mind. And so debating also enhances that, yes? When you get a motion, and you don't know anything about the motion, but you know you need to win, because you have to represent yourself and your school and everybody around you, you apply the creativity, the critical thinking, and ultimately you deploy these skills in order to come out on top. And that's what these 4 schools here today have done. So congratulations to you. And then the final C I'll talk, well, the penultimate C is that C called, well, I spoke about communication, but this one is now about, well, confidence is another one, yes, very important. But the one I want to talk about is collaboration. Collaboration. You see, on the job, you invariably will have to work with people. And some people you work with, boy, you can hardly stomach them. Them hard to deal with, right? Difficult people. But for you to work and for you to succeed, you have to find ways to deal with people of varying characters, varying typologies, yes? As one famous saying says, or famous author said, it takes all sorts of people to make a world. Yes, and for you to succeed, that skill of collaboration is indispensable. So one of the things about this competition, it has taught you the lesson, built up the capacity for you to work as a team to deliver the successes that will be on show today. And then finally, ladies and gentlemen, I leave potentially one of the most critical issues for last that confront us as a society. Conflict resolution. Yes. Oh, we need that. We need that so, so badly. Think about it. Every single time the budget is read, a huge chunk of it goes towards national security. Imagine if we didn't have to spend so much money chasing down criminals and stopping people from acting, without thought, without consideration for their fellow citizens. Imagine if we were a people who appreciated the value of the person seated beside us. That even though we have disputes, we are valuable without measure. And that's one of the things that you learn as a debater. You learn to think, you learn to understand, you learn to appreciate other people's perspectives. And even though you don't necessarily agree with the perspectives that the other person has, you appreciate the path, the journey that they have taken to get there. And it helps. So ladies and gentlemen, we're here to celebrate debating during a civil service week. We're grateful for the opportunity, and Jade is immensely proud to be partnering with the Jamaica Civil Service Association on this fantastic journey. Thank you very much, Madam President, for being such a visionary in conceptualizing this competition. Thank you, Patrice Porter, for being our contact person. We call you. Sometimes we don't get you because we know you're busy, but you always call back and you're always there to give the kind of guidance that is necessary. Thank you very much, Ravon, for being just sometimes that ticks in my back. Yes. very, very painstaking, very deliberate, but ultimately committed to the success of this competition. And to everybody here, brace yourselves, strap on your seatbelt, because you're in for a ride. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. And as Jerbin said, strap on your seatbelt because it's time. Ladies and gentlemen, it's debate time. Are you ready? Are you ready for the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024? All right. Love that. So I'm going to do a little roll call to see if the schools are here, checking up on you. Is the Glenmuir High here? All right. Mannings, can you do better? All right, I'm going to come back. I'm going to come back. All right. The Montego Bay High School for Girls. Campion College. All right, Mannings, redeem yourself. The Manning School. Okay, the schools are here. And these are the intellectuals that will battle today with words and their minds. Critical thinking will be shown today. And to give an overview of the competition is Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews.
Good morning, everyone. The fact that I'm here means that it's almost debate time, right? I know that it's been a heart-throbbing experience so far. Yes, I know that you're anxious. I know that you're ready. I know that even as we're here talking, you're thinking about the last tweaks that you're going to place on that argument. Yes, I see you. But nevertheless, I know that you'll do a wonderful job. Again, I'm Ravon Thomas Matthews. I'm very, very happy to be here. I want to give a big shout out again to the Jamaica Civil Service Association. Can we give them the heartiest round of applause? Let me tell you, before I was a special projects manager, I was a debater. And when I was debating, I wish we had a JCSA around. I tell you, when I was debating was a niche kind of sport confined to a certain area. And we definitely never had the wonderful amount of cash prizes that we're going to be handing out today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're handing out over $600,000 worth of cash prizes. I love my organization, Jade, but when I was debating, I got a little trophy. I'm going to get one little meal certificate. I'm going to say, thank you, Jesus. All right. So again, I want to thank the JCSA, Madam President Clark Griffiths, a wonderful, all the individuals who work together to bring this up. Miss Helen Hutchison around there in the back, Shanae, Patrice Porter, of course, General Secretary Tiffany Powell Williams. Thank you so much. I'm here to give the competition overview. So, firstly, I'm going to say, I said it last year, every time I look at you guys, I feel like a proud father, right? Again. Yes, I feel like a proud father again. I saw you guys struggle it up and fight it through all the way from 26 teams. We budgeted for 16 teams. And then the subscription was so overwhelming, we have to increase it. And then it come back again, and we have to increase it. And I'm like, wow, Jermaine. And I call Miss Porter, and I said, Miss Porter, you tell us to get 16, and we have 26. How we going to work this? I spoke to Jermaine, and Jermaine says, bring the whole of them come. And so, again, this just reiterates why we do this. Yes, I'm the project manager. Yes, I'm here to help ensure that, Jade can afford to do the things that it does. But Jade is a non-profit, yes? And we do this for the love of it, yes? When we get these profits, of course, from special projects, we feed them into Jade projects. We feed them into conflict resolution workshops. We feed them into our Jade programs. We feed them into going out and supporting our societies, traveling where we're needed to help bring the wonderful skill of debating. And I feel so good to know that, the work that we're doing is at least paying some dividends, evidenced by one, the amount of teams that entered the competition this year, and two, the quality of the debaters. Hey, give yourself a round of applause, man. Every single round in this competition so far has left me scratching my head and deliberating. Absolutely every single round. And we're starting off with the overview in Zone A, which is Kingston, St. Andrews, St. Thomas, Portland, and St. Mary. And when I hear your school name, I want you to give a shout. So we had Excelsior High School, Port Antonio High School, Queen's School, the American International School of Kingston, Jamaica College, Yallas High, Arden High, Immaculate Conception High, Campion College, and Holy Childhood High School. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a third of the competition. And then we had the Cornwall College going up against Manning School. And Manning School dethroned the second place champions from last year, Cornwall College, in round 1. Manning School, of course, is a first-time entrance into this competition and have made it all the way to the grand finals. Then we had the Montego Bay High School for girls. Are you here, ladies? Wonderful. Who battled it out against the third-place champions from last year, Ocho Rios High, and won. Yes, of course, at Montego Bay High School, the champions from last year battling it out again for that coveted third-place finish. Then we had Herbert Morrison Technical High School, York Castle High School, Maud McLeod High School, Hampton School, rounding out Zone B. Then, of course, not to be outdone, Zone C, St. Elizabeth, Manchester, Clarendon, and St. Catherine. We had St. Diego High School, Charlemont High School, Knox College, Mayday High School, Clarendon College, Glenmuir High School, Elsham High School, and Monroe College. And that would have rounded out the first round of matches for this competition. Then we moved on to round 2, where we saw Campion College battle it out rigorously against Excelsior High School, coming out on top. The Montego Bay High School for girls did a stunning debate against the Queen's School, securing the highest total points in this competition for this year, 2020-2024. 295 points the Montego Bay High School for girls contended. Unfortunately, the Queen's School also did a marvelous, marvelous job. The only mistake was going up against Montego Bay High School for girls. Queen's School ended on an astronomical 290 points, but Montego Bay High School just outdid them. Then, of course, we had Holy High... Then we had Hampton School versus the Manning School. Manning School, of course, winning that. Then we had, the Immaculate Conception High School going up against Jamaica College. Then we had Holy Childhood High School, Mayday High School, Glenmuir High School defeating York Castle High School. And finally, Monroe College and St. Diego High School rounding out that particular round. Then we started to get into the meat and potatoes. Now, at this point in time, we had to make sure that the panels that we were assembling were no joke. Yes? We recognize that, Madam Clark Griffiths, from round 1, when we started to look at the schools that are entering. But now, when we're entering into round 2, we'll be like, no, man, we have to go for a game for them schools there. We can't play. And I tell you why. The Campion College went up against St. Diego High School, defeated St. Diego. Then we had Immaculate Conception High and Glenmuir High School advancing. Then we had Mayday High School going up against Montego Bay High School for girls. And finally, Manning School going up against the Queen's School. Remember, Queen scored 290 points, came back as a wild card, strong team, but then were defeated by Manning School. Yes? Finally, we're moving right up into the semifinals where we saw the Montego Bay High School for girls go up against the Manning School. Manning's won, near in the finals. Montego Bay High School, you didn't secure that win. You're playing off a third place. Then, of course, we had Glenmuir High School playing off against Campion High School. Campion won, Glenmuir playing off for that third place finish. Campion College, indeed. This is, say, I'm a data person, so I love to crunch the numbers, and this is something that I want you to know, right? So one, over half of the teams in the top 8 were new schools, new entrants. And of the 4 teams that we'll be debating today, they have not fallen out of the top 7 out of 26 schools once. In every single round, these 4 schools, Madam Clark Griffiths, were in the top 7. Yes? Give yourself a round of applause. Because of the quality of the schools, we recognize that there really are no losers in this competition. And you know, we're not just saying that, we mean that. So we've extended the prize categories. So we have prizes from all the way from 1st place to 4th place. If you've made it this far, you deserve to go home with a trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals match. Campion College versus Manning School. The 3rd place match, Montego Bay High School for girls versus the Glenmuir High School. It is time. We'll be having the 3rd place matches right now. Madam Clark Griffiths, my friends from the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service, it is time now for the debaters to take the stage. As these 4 titans of schools are here, and as these 2 teams who will be debating in the 3rd place playoff make their way to the stage, with Montego Bay High School on my right and Glenmuir High School on my left, we invite them up. I want you to give these 2 teams a hearty, hearty, hearty round of applause. Man, I can feel the tension. A while ago up here was calm and cool. And now I feel like I can cut the tension with a knife. Yes, teams are here. And of course, your judges for this match. I'm happy to be one of the judges for this match. Joining me is going to be Calicia Vassar, currently seated at the judges' table, and Mr. DeCardiego Nelson, who will make his way over to the judges' table as well. And of course, our very lovely representative from the JCSA, Miss Rhonda Price. We have assembled the A team, one of the A teams in Jade for this match. Right. At this point in time, we're going to get underway. I'm going to ask the teams to introduce themselves, their speaker roles, their names, starting with the team in proposition, the Montego Bay High School for girls.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Rihanna Barker, and I am the first speaker of the proposition team.
Hold on. Good morning, everyone. My name is Shantae Lawrence, and I am the second speaker for the proposition team.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michaela Brown, and I am the third speaker for the team.
Thank you very much, Montego Bay High School for Girls. And of course, our opposition team.
Everyone, my name is Joshua Smith, and I am the first speaker for the opposition team.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kalia Powell, and I am the second speaker of the opposition team.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nathan Clark, and I am the third speaker for the opposition team.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion for this round reads: This House believes that the Jamaican government should lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. This House believes that the Jamaican government should lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. I know we're going to learn a lot today because some of us don't even know what the orange economy is. So, to open this debate, we invite the first speaker from the Montego Bay High School for Girls, Rihanna Barker.
Thank you. Just let me know when I can begin.
All right, as a reminder, the speaker times are 7 minutes for the first speaker, 6 minutes for the second speaker, 5 minutes for the reply speaker. The first and last minute of each speech is what we consider protected time, in which no points of information will be allowed. And of course, in the reply speech, there will be no points of information at all. In the first and second speech, where points of information are allowed, we absolutely encourage them. And of course, we have the exciting period of cross-questioning, which the teams will engage with between the second and third speech. Teams, you will hear your time signals by the indication of a bell. Yes? Right. And that is what the bell sounds like. Now, with no further delays, ready when you are, Madam First Speaker.
In a nation where reggae rhythms reverberate through our streets, where vibrant murals paint stories on city walls, and where film, fashion, food embody the essence of brand Jamaica, it is undeniable that creativity is the lifeblood of our country. Esteemed adjudicators and my fellow opponents, members of the audience, a pleasant morning to you all. Today I stand here firmly in favor of the mood. This House believes the government should lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. Our creative industries today remain shackled by underinvestment and systemic neglect. The government of Jamaica can fix this, can capitalize on this, and can sustain this. To begin, let me define the orange economy. It encompasses the cultural and creative industries, including music, fashion, film, and the arts, pillars of Jamaica's cultural identity and significant potential drivers of economic growth. To lead the charge means to take primary responsibility in driving a process or project forward while not neglecting other contributing industries. Now, as the first speaker of the proposition, I intend to establish the social factors such as policy regulation and social equity that will bolster the proposition's argument. My second speaker will expand on economic advantages, and our third speaker will consolidate our arguments and dismantle the opposition's stance. To begin, the Jamaican music industry, a cornerstone of our orange economy, generates hundreds of millions of dollars in annual revenue, yet it loses 30 to 40% of these earnings to piracy alone. Beyond this, additional millions slip away due to weak copyright enforcement, exploitation by foreign companies, undervaluation in the local market, and inadequate legal protections. These losses could be significantly reduced through, not accepted at this time, through stronger government policies such as export regulation through collaborations with Caribbean Export Development Agency, robust laws such as the intellectual property laws, and targeted investments such as tax incentives and grants. If we truly harness the wealth of our creative industries, we could reduce our unemployment rate and elevate creative professionals. The government is the entity most equipped to tackle the systemic barriers hindering the growth of Jamaica's orange economy.
Information?
Not accepted at this time. Through policy, infrastructure, and sustainability, this is why the government should lead the charge. The government also has the capability to invest in the infrastructure needed to support creative industries such as cultural hubs, performance venues, and digital platforms. Let's look at our neighbor country, Colombia. In Colombia, Economia Naranja translated Orange Economy strategy was spearheaded by the government, focusing on tax incentives, funding, and educational programs tailored to boost the creative industries. As a result, Colombia's creative sector contributed over 3% to its GDP within just a few years. This is over $11 billion of revenue into the Colombia's economy. Without centralized leadership from Jamaican government, efforts will be fragmented and chaotic, missing out on the full potential like the potential being reaped now in Colombia. Let us break free from the idealistic mindset as a nation, look to the government to lead the charge, to deliver a cohesive and nationwide strategy that unifies all creative sector. Moving further, the government is better positioned to ensure that the development of Orange economy is inclusive and equitable. The fact of the matter is, private companies are driven, not accepted at this time, are driven by profit motives, which can lead to the exclusion of marginalized groups and underrepresented communities in creative industry. The government, however, has a mandate to serve all citizens and can implement policies that promote inclusivity. For example, government-led initiatives could include funding for community arts programs in rural areas or financial support for women and disabled creators who often face significant barriers to entry. Look at Brazil's approach. The government invested in community arts programs and initiatives aimed at empowering Afro-Brazilian creatives. As a result, Brazil saw a surge in cultural exports, and over 11 million creative professions have been employed. By leading the charge, the government can ensure the growth of Jamaica's orange economy is not just limited to Kingston's urban centers, but extends to the rural parishes such as St. Elizabeth and Portland, where local artisans and performers can be supported and showcased. The government is in a unique position to view economic development in a holistic way, which includes aligning creative industries with other national priorities such as tourism, education, and job creation, leading to a more coordinated and impactful development, not just for the rich and not just for the physically able, but for the corner shop chef who dreams of being a culinary master, reimagining Jamaican food with international twists, or the little blind boy whose voice elevates Jamaican reggae music to another level through initiatives like the Deaf Dance Competition founded by Olivia Babsy Grange. Through her ministry and JCDC collaborations, we further inclusivity in our quest to juice the orange economy for what it is worth, perhaps billions of dollars. This is what the Jamaican economy is missing out on. Now, I anticipate the opposition's empty attacks on the abilities of the Jamaican government, but whether through sole leadership or public-private partnerships, the government should lead the charge. They should lay the foundation for private or other non-governmental projects, not the other way around. Let's be realistic here. Without a strong foundation built by the government, the private sector cannot flourish, sustainably or otherwise. Who sets the regulations? Who builds the infrastructure? Who fights for social equity? Government, government, government. It is the government that lays the groundwork for private enterprises or any other industry to thrive. Without clear policies and legal frameworks, the creative sector becomes a wild west rife with exploitation and stunted growth, just as it is in the current day. We want change, and the Jamaican citizens deserve change. And that is why we should grab hold that is why the government of Jamaica, should grab hold of this potential in our orange economy. And with this, I conclude. It is evident that the government must take the lead in developing Jamaica's orange economy. Jamaica's culture and creativity are our nation's most vibrant assets. Let us not leave them to chance or to the whims of supply and demand. Let us entrust their growth and development to the entity best equipped for the task, the government. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the first speaker from T. Montego Bay High School. We now invite the first speaker from the opposition to extend the case for that side of the House.
Good morning. Let us address this irrefutable fact. The government has limited national resources and competing priorities such as healthcare and education. We cannot trust that the government will sustain consistent funding for the orange economy, especially in times of economic crisis. Bob Marley, Miss Louise Bennett Coverley, Shaggy, Sean Paul, Peter Tosh, Beanie Man, Chronix, and Coffee. These are names of world-renowned Jamaican artists. Their music and stories are all inspired by their desire to share a message with the world. Their stories are organic and inspiring, their talent undeniable. Art is based on individual and generational tastes, culture, world events, and sometimes, just luck. Honorable Speaker, members of the House, and respected adjudicators, good day. The aforementioned artists gained acclaim not because of some government told us we need to like their music, but their art resonated with people. For this reason and others, we firmly oppose the moot. This House believes that Jamaican government should lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. The moot assumes a few critical things. One, that Jamaica's orange economy would benefit from the government control, and two, the government has both the interest in and the capacity to develop the orange economy better than its current developmental process. These ideas we fundamentally reject. Permit me to define the term orange economy, and it is defined by the Inter-American Development Bank, and it encompasses a set of activities through which ideas are transformed into cultural goods and services. These are consumed for leisure entertainment and creative fulfillment. Now, refrained within these definitions, the moot challenges whether it's appropriate or effective for Jamaica's government, with its regulatory focus, to take the reins in fostering a domain as inherently dependent and imaginative as the orange economy. We contend that such a move would stifle creativity, hinder fair competition, and dilute the intrinsic value of this vital sector. Let me outline our stance today. I will cover government intervention in the orange economy, risk conflicts of interest, and favoritism undermining the sector's integrity. The orange economy prioritizes leisure-driven products and services, while governments are designed to focus on traditional industry-based economic activities. This incongruence makes the government an ill-suited leader. My second speaker will cover the government is characterized by bureaucracy and ineffectiveness and inefficiency in its legislative and fiduciary duties. Choosing the government to lead development within the orange economy will burden the orange economy and choke any potential for growth. Human imagination, the core of the orange economy, flourishes best in environments free from restrictive intervention, while governments by their nature impose limits on activities to ensure order. But creativity thrives on freedom. We will also propose an alternative model to ensure the greatest efficiency of the season. So let's return to the moot's assumptions. The orange economy would benefit from government leadership, and that government leadership would be an improvement on its current developmental process. According to a paper by Jung, Eun, and Lee, published in the European Planning Studies Journal in 2017, their research into the South Korean creative economy found that bureaucratic boundaries and hidden regulations remain limitations to cross-boundary collaboration and cooperation among public and private institutions. This indicates that not only is government leadership a hindrance to the creative economy, collaboration between them may not even possible due to their inherent nature. Governments operate from the top down, and creative economies develop from the bottom up. Art and artistry produced by the creative economy reflects raw talent, personal stories, perspective, and also market feedback. Young Jamaican artists spend years crafting and perfecting their skills and talent. Overnight sensations are rare, and when they happen, they never last. Creativity is a process of iterative inspiration that produces a product that people voluntarily choose to purchase or participate in. When people pay the government, it's not because they want to, it's because they have to. When an article in the Harvard Business Review titled "Why Can't China Innovate" highlights the threat that government poses to creative economies. The article states, the innovative or intellectual capacity of Chinese people is boundless, but the political world is very much bounded. Government-led initiatives, however well-intentioned, often come with layers of bureaucracy, regulations, and red tape. Samuel Court-Levin, a renowned thinker on change and innovation, aptly observes, creativity requires the courage to let go of certainties. Yet, when governments intervene, they impose constraints, choosing which projects are funded, and deciding what qualifies as worthy art, and inadvertently limiting the diversity of ideas. In the free marketplace, ideas compete on merit. Artists and creators and innovators have the freedom to experiment, fail, and succeed without the looming shadow of losing government funding and preferences. The orange economy thrives because it is driven by passion and innovation, not by mandates and quotas. The Jamaica orange economy is already a vibrant, world-renowned part of our nation's economy. According to the 2022 report by Northern City and the Jamaican Business Development Corporation, the cultural and creative industries contributed to an estimated 5% of GDP. These gains were achieved not through direct government leadership, but by the ingenuity of private sector individuals, creative collectives, and non-governmental organizations. One shining example is the Kingston Creative, a grassroots organization transforming downtown Kingston into a hub for cultural and artistic expression. Without government control, this initiative has fostered collaboration between artists, businesses, and international stakeholders, proving that private and community-driven efforts can yield extraordinary results. Yes, there are anomalies in the system and problems faced by every industry, but this is not fixed by placing the government at the helm. Jamaica's creative economy has made a significant impact on popular culture in North America and around the world. Artists like Bob Marley and Shaggy received acclaim for their talents and Jamaican identity, not because they were backed by the government. For the proposition to prevail, they must demonstrate that government leadership will not stifle creativity or limit individual freedom, can address systemic issues better than the current system, and will not create conflicts of interest or undermine fair competition. We argue that they cannot meet this burden. Instead, we advocate for a solution that aligns with the sector's needs, empowering existing frames while preserving the freedom that fuels innovation. The private sector-driven model for Jamaica's orange economy is independent of the government intervention and asserts that the private sector is best positioned to lead its development. This model has produced so many successful creatives and will continue to develop and promote our creative economy. In closing, I leave with the words of Albert Einstein: creativity is intelligence and having fun, where ideas flow freely, competition is fair, and individuals are unshackled from unnecessary constraints. Jamaica's government has a vital role to play, not as the leader of this charge, but as a facilitator, ensuring transparency, fairness, and access. The opportunity rests now. I thank you.
Thank you very much to the first speaker from Team Glenmuir High School. We now invite the second speaker from the proposition to extend the case for side Montego Bay High School for girls.
We trust the government with white economy in healthcare and most of the other sectors, and also most importantly, tourism, which demands attention and constant change to adapt to trends. So why then not trust the government with the orange economy? The government will free, not stifle, creativity because it creates a community with investments and protective initiatives. Ladies and gentlemen, the esteemed panel of judges and my fellow opponents, today I stand firm in agreement with the moot. This House believes that the government should lead the charge to develop our orange economy. With our rich cultural heritage and global influence in music, arts, and cuisine, Jamaica is perfectly positioned to thrive in this sector. However, to fully harness its potential, government leadership is crucial as it offers the most effective approach for ensuring risk mitigation and stability, as well as economic diversification and resilience. Firstly, let us acknowledge that the government leadership is essential for ensuring the stability and mitigating risk of the orange economy, something the private sector cannot achieve alone. The private sector is profit-driven and often short-sighted, focusing on immediate returns rather than long-term industry stability. This is an undeniable fact. They lack the capacity to invest in large-scale, long-term infrastructure or policy framework not accepted at this moment, policy frameworks necessary to stabilize an emerging industry like the orange economy. In contrast, the government has the ability to create regulatory frameworks, provide funding, and safeguard intellectual properties to ensure the sustainable growth of the creative industry. The government can provide stability by investing in creative hubs. protecting intellectual property, and promoting digital platforms. For instance, countries like South Korea have shown how government-led initiatives in the cultural sector can yield significant results. Through government investments, the K-pop industry contributes over 10 billion annually to their economy. Jamaica's rich music legacy, particularly in reggae and dancehall, can achieve similar success if strategically supported. This directly supports the government's hand in providing stability. We can once again turn to South Korea when arguing the government's contribution to mitigating risk. In 2019, 3 members of a K-pop group, TVXQ, filed for an injunction against their 13-year contract, now referred to as a slave contract. They cited excessive length and unfair distribution of profits, along with the alleged reports of being overworked and mistreatment with minimal regard to their health. Following this lengthy battle, the government worked towards immediately nulling the contract, and the Korean Fair Trade Commission mandated that entertainment contracts were to be 7-year max. This was to protect the rights of future artists. This was to protect the rights of the creative industry. And this would not have been possible without the intervention of the government. That is the power and influence the government holds, and that power and influence is absolutely crucial, not accepted at this moment. Now, we are not saying private companies cannot be included in decision-making and other important processes inside the R&D economy. We are not trying to push them out, but it would be detrimental to give them complete leadership given their undeniable interest in profit maximization, as opposed to our very government who not only have a constitutional right to the people, but have already proven themselves efficient enough. Government leadership in the orange economy is also crucial for diversifying Jamaica's economy and fostering resilience against external shocks. Jamaica is heavily reliant on traditional industries like tourism and agriculture, both of which are vulnerable to natural disasters, pandemics, and fluctuating global markets. The orange economy can provide an opportunity to diversify revenue streams by tapping into Jamaica's unique cultural assets and expanding its influence in global markets. While the private sector may contribute, it lacks the capacity to implement large-scale strategic initiatives required to diversify the economy. Referencing again our tourism sector, a key contributor to the economy, which accounted for 9.2% of the GDP in 2019, was decimated, leading to a 10% economic contraction in 2020. This means that during and after the pandemic, we lost more than $144 million in revenue. The COVID-19 pandemic severely impacted local business and employment. Meanwhile, the global demand for digital cultural content such as streaming reggae music or online performances remains strong, highlighting the potential of the R&D economy to sustain income during crises. According to the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the global creative economy generates $2.25 trillion annually and has shown great resilience during economic crises compared to traditional sectors. Through government leadership, if Jamaica were to successfully tap into the orange economy, reaping $265 million through music not accepted, $100 million through film and cultural exports, and $485 million through fashion, arts, and design exports, this would increase our GDP by 5.4%, a significant growth in our developing economy. Let us look to our neighbors in Colombia. Colombia's success in the orange economy demonstrates the transformative power of government intervention. The Colombian government launched a dedicated orange economy policy, leading to a creation of over 600,000 jobs and contributing to 3.4% of its GDP. Similarly, Jamaica, with its global brand rooted in reggae music, arts, and cuisine, can expand its cultural exports with government-led initiatives. Additionally, UNESCO reported that investments in creative industry generates an average of return of $4 for every $1 invested, further underlining the sector's potential to drive economic diversification. Private sector players are unlikely to invest in the foundational infrastructure or education needed to build a robust R&D economy. Government leadership ensures that resources are allocated strategically, focusing innovation and resilience across the economy. In conclusion, while the private sector plays an important role in the development of Jamaica's R&D economy, it is clear that the government must lead the charge. The creative industry requires systematic investments in infrastructure. The proposition rests.
Thank you very much, and we now invite the second speaker from Glenmuir High School to extend the case for side opposition. Hear, hear.
Can you guys hear me? Okay, no problem. Creative industries thrive when there is room for risk-taking and entrepreneurial freedom. Should the government control the funding, that will create dependency rather than fostering a self-sustaining, innovative ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges and honorable members of the House, a pleasant good morning. As the second speaker for the opposition, I firmly stand against the proposition's claim that the government should lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. This motion, though well-intentioned, would tether our vibrant creative sector to a system riddled with inefficiency, bureaucracy, and mismanagement. In my speech, I will present two main arguments. First, how bureaucracy and systemic inefficiency will stifle creativity, and second, how burdensome taxation and registration will deter participation. To begin, I argue that government leadership inhibits creativity by imposing bureaucratic obstacles and restrictions. Jamaica government's inefficiency isn't just a barrier. It actively stifles creativity and growth. Jamaica's government has a proven track record of inefficiency that harms the very sectors it seeks to support. The collapse of Air Jamaica, the chronic mismanagement of the Student Loan Bureau, and the delays in infrastructure development all stem from systemic corruption and red tape. Beyond the issue of inefficiency, we must also acknowledge the issue of mismanagement. According to Transparency International, Jamaica ranked 69th out of 180 countries in corruption in 2023. Moreover, the World Bank's Ease of Doing Business Index ranked Jamaica 71 out of 190 countries in 2020, indicating significant barriers to business operations. Take the Jamaica Intellectual Property Office as a specific example. According to a 2022 report by the Jamaica Observer, it takes 12 to 18 months for creatives to register intellectual property rights, far exceeding the global average of 6 months. During this waiting period, many creatives experience exploitation, as seen in the case of Marsha, a sculptor whose designs were plagiarized while awaiting approval according to the Jamaica Observer 2022. The proposition highlights Colombia's... Not accepted at this time. The proposition highlights Colombia's orange economy law, which channels government support to creatives. However, Colombia succeeded because of robust anti-corruption measures, a centralized policy framework, and significant foreign investment, none of which Jamaica currently has. Without addressing these structural deficiencies, Jamaica cannot replicate Colombia's success. When the government leads, delays and inefficiencies become the norm. The result? A stifled orange economy crushed under the weight of bureaucracy. Putting the government in charge of the orange economy will not help. It will hinder. Taxation and bureaucracy in the orange economy will deter participation. Mr. Speaker, let me paint a picture many Jamaicans are all too familiar with. A simple task like paying taxes can easily turn into an all-day ordeal. You arrive early at the tax office thinking it will be a quick process, only to find yourself stuck in a line that barely moves. Hours pass, people around you grow more frustrated, and you're left wondering why such a simple task is taking so long. By the time you finally finish, your entire day has been wasted. This is the kind of inefficiency and bureaucracy that stifles productivity and creativity. Government control will burden creatives with unsustainable taxes and regulatory barriers, discouraging participation. The cost of registering a business in Jamaica is approximately $25,000 to $50,000, with ongoing compliance fees adding thousands more annually, according to the Jamaica Tax Administration. For many creatives operating on slim margins, this is unaffordable. Furthermore, according to the World Economic Forum, 35% of Jamaica's public funds are wasted annually due to inefficiencies and corruption. Even when funds are allocated, they rarely reach their intended recipients. Consider Devon, a dancehall artist who applied for a government grant through the Jamaica Cultural Development Commission. According to his testimonial posted in the Gleaner, the funds arrived over a year late. By then, his collaborators had moved on and the project fell apart. This story isn't just about one artist. It's a pattern that reveals how taxation and bureaucracy choke our creative industry. Under these conditions, many creatives will either give up or operate informally, sacrificing legal protections and opportunities for growth. Others who have the opportunity to go elsewhere will simply leave. Those who can will practically run from Jamaica. The proposition may argue that only government funding can scale the orange economy. However, government inefficiencies has been proven time and time again to be disastrous. Air Jamaica's collapse and mismanagement of major infrastructure projects such as the North-South highways ballooning costs illustrate systemic failures. Programs like Digital Rising Stars, however, demonstrate that private sector initiatives can discover and launch talent at scale. The third speaker will elaborate on this in his speech. Remember Marsha and Devon. These aren't isolated stories. They represent the reality for countless Jamaican creatives. Our orange economy isn't just an industry. It's a lifeline for people who tell our stories and celebrate our culture. To stifle it with bureaucracy is to rob Jamaica of its soul. Jamaica's orange economy is the heartbeat of our nation, pulsing with creativity and resilience. But placing it in the hands of a broken system will only suffocate its potential. Let us champion a model that celebrates freedom, rewards ingenuity, and ensures efficiency. Let us choose a path that reflects the best of Jamaica, not the worst of its bureaucracy. Let us not risk stifling the vibrant pulse of our creative industries by placing them under bureaucratic control. That's it. I thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for that second speech. Now the debate is going to enter into a really exciting period. We call that the cross-questioning period. How this will work is that for 5 minutes, Team Glenmuir High School will pose questions to Team Montego Bay High School. Glenmuir, your questions should last no more than 20 seconds, and only one individual can ask a question at a time. Montego Bay High School, your answers should last no more than 45 seconds, and the entire team can contribute to the answer. All right? Now, the time will begin when you ask your first question, Glenmuir High School.
Given that the orange economy requires agility and responsiveness to global trends, can the government realistically keep pace with the fluidity of creative markets?
We entrust the government with our tourism sector, and our tourism sector demands attention and adaptability to global trends and global markets, and yet our tourism industry is thriving, reaping in up to 2.25 billion US dollars in governmental revenue. If we can trust the government with the tourism sector, we can of course trust it with the orange economy, and it will foster and reap in the potential billions of dollars that we are now losing out on.
We must also add that when government leads, they set the framework. They are responsible for mobilizing these private entities that we speak of. Thank you.
With limited national resources and competing priorities such as healthcare and education, why should we trust that the government will sustain consistent funding for the orange economy, especially in times of economic crises, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic?
Through strategic planning and investments, the government can facilitate funding into the orange economy. What we are fighting for is that the government should spearhead initiatives. So then when we talk about public-private partnerships where governments have the role, we can attract foreign investments that will not exploit us because the government will protect us. So through foreign investments and through the taxation that you are so against, it can be reallocated into the education of our creative professionals. We need education programs and workshops to foster, which I talked about in my first. Thank you.
The government often operates with a national agenda that may not align with diverse grassroots cultural movements. How would you prevent the risk of cultural homogenization under state-led development of our creative industries?
Could you please repeat that question?
The government often operates with a national agenda that may not align with diverse grassroots cultural movements. How would you prevent the risk of cultural homogenization under state-led development of our creative industries?
We do believe that the government's first priority is to its people, and our people are a creative people. The aim of the government is social responsibility. So the culture of of Jamaica will be facilitated and not a Disneyfication per se of our culture, because when we have private investors, their main goal is profit. And when profit draws in from reaping our culture as something to be commodified rather than sold as how it is in its true natural form, we fail. And that is why the government is needed to spearhead initiatives and to spearhead programs, community arts programs, to facilitate orange economy.
Also, to add, private companies are mostly coming from outside and foreign investors.
How is it that you can make reference to South Korea as a good example of how the government can help the orange economy, when currently South Korea's orange economy suffers from strict censorship, over-commercialization, exploitative labor practices, and trade tensions?
The government of South Korea regulates the orange economy, and it contributes to over $10 billion annually to their economy. If we put this towards Jamaica's rich music legacy and of reggae and dancehall, we can succeed in strategically supporting our creative individuals to reap these billions of dollars. Jamaica has this potential. That is why we draw on South Korea, because we have the same potential as K-pop. We can market reggae and dancehall to reap in the billions and not just be exploited by foreigners. As it currently is, we are not retaining the wealth that is coming out of our orange economy.
Arts often challenges societal norms and even governmental policies. How do you intend to handle situations where creative expressions critique or conflict with government issues?
You are saying that as if the government cannot work from a you are saying that as if the government cannot work from a place of discretion. And right. So then when we have art that is challenging the government and so forth, we can
I must add that when we say government lead, that does not mean control, over control. It means to ensure that there is access and there is mobilization of the private sector in ensuring that there is full opportunity, leveraging the talent and potential that we have. Thank you.
Excuse me, just can the timer be fixed, please?
No, man.
Is it
so
okay?
how it is that if you're in the middle of an answer while the time has ended, we'll still provide you the 40 seconds to answer.
All right, thank you.
All right, so just to clarify once more, if, for example, at the end of the 4 minutes, you're in the process of answering your question, we're still going to allocate the full amount of time for you to complete answering that question. All right?
So we have highlighted that private companies have undeniable interest in profit maximization. So what framework do private companies have to prevent the commercialization and exploitation of Jamaican cultural heritage if profit is the major motive?
The Sandals Resorts, right? They fund initiatives where local artists, local musicians, they are able to go to the hotels and they can perform for the guests and they are paid once a week. The Sandals Resorts, their main objective is to make a profit, but it does not mean that they cannot help protect Jamaica's cultural heritage. It doesn't mean, or private sectors, while their goal is to choose a profit or to make a profit, it doesn't mean that they can't support Jamaicans while they're doing it. They cannot foster Jamaica's cultural identity, their cultural creatives. They can do more than one thing.
So what creative professionals coming from Sandals especially have come out and said that they're being underpaid and undervalued, especially at Sandals. So what frameworks does the opposition have that will be put in place to prevent exploitation of profit-driven private sector companies?
Um, Opposition exploitation is everywhere. We are not saying that the government cannot intervene and cannot put in regulations to help regulate the private sector. We are saying that the government cannot lead the charge because they're unreliable in that sense. Perfect example, look at the education ministry. Our teachers are currently suffering. Do you really want them to be put in charge of our artists, our musicians, our icons? You really want our icons to suffer as well?
Well, Miss Madam Opposition, our creative professionals are suffering. They don't have investment and they're not reaping the profits, Madam. So then, if the opposition is truly suggesting that the creative economy can thrive without government coordination, who will give in to the infrastructure that is needed, the intellectual property laws that is needed, and the financial support that is needed for our creative professionals that are suffering?
Can I remind the opposition about Bob Marley? Bob Marley was prosecuted by the government. Bob Marley had to run away, and while he left Jamaica, he became the global icon that Jamaica is known for. So you are suggesting that the government can do all these things. However, when it comes down to the nitty-gritty, the government has proved that they cannot be reliable as it relates to the creative industry. Bob Marley is the perfect example.
All right, Bob Marley is the perfect example. However, you have said something clear. He ran away from Jamaica. So what the proposition is fighting for is we have mechanisms as initiatives to keep our creative professionals.
Is there a question?
Yes, it will be. Creative professionals in our country. So then, if the private sector is capable of leading... How do you explain the failure of the private sector to develop Jamaica's creative industries without the lack of government intervention?
The private sector has not failed. The Jamaica's orange economy is currently thriving. We have not failed. The Jamaicans are resilient. We push back even when we face multiple different challenges. Coffee has become a global sensation. What are you really trying to say here? You're trying to say that that Jamaicans, because the government don't want to give them funding, they're just going to stop and they're going to give up? No, I don't know Jamaicans to do that. Jamaicans are resilient.
They have received success through international partnerships with various persons. And basically what you're saying is that these persons are unable to succeed and thrive.
That is exactly what I'm saying. They're unsuccessful because they don't have the investment. So then, if the private sector is truly the best at supporting the creative industries, as you said, why do we still rely on government programs like the Jamaican Film Fund and the Cultural Development Fund? This proves that we have the potential. So if the government actually control it, then it would be better.
Is there a question?
That was the question.
Repeat the question, please, because I didn't hear it.
That was not a question. That was not a...
If the private sector is truly the best at supporting the creative industries, like you said, why do we still rely on government programs like the Jamaican Film Fund and Cultural Development Fund to provide critical resources? This shows that there's potential. So if the government is controlling it, it would be better.
The private sector serves as a strong economic leader when incentivized correctly. Through tax incentives, reduced trade barriers, and private sector-led creative hubs, resources can flow efficiently to creatives. Businesses and investors motivated by profit and innovation are better equipped to allocate resources where they are needed most. Perfect example, Digicel. Digicel has successfully amplified creative talent through campaigns that simultaneously promote their business and Jamaica's orange economy. We all have heard of Digicel Rising Stars.
All right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that fiery cross-section period. We're going to pause for a minute so we can take a deep breath. Yes. And allow the... All right, teams, while you're preparing your reply speeches, we're going to have. Yeah, after the okay. All right. The opposition. Thank you very much. We now invite the opposition reply speaker to conclude the debate for Team Glenmuir High School.
Good afternoon. Can I be heard? Good afternoon, esteemed judges, honorable opponents, and everyone present. Firstly, I will amplify the opposition's stance that the government should not lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. I will do this by providing an alternative solution, a private sector-driven model. Firstly, I would like to cover or respond to the opposition when their first speaker had mentioned that they would be juicing the orange economy. Mind you that Jamaica's orange economy is built off expression and not giving back or not adding more to already corrupt government. How can the government be working in discretion to manage and to regulate the orange economy when truly they'll be censoring an economy based on personal expression, based on expression? Wouldn't that compromise how the government would be helping them? The private sector, with government facilitation, is better equipped to lead Jamaica's orange economy. Jamaica already has examples of private sector leadership. The Sandals Foundation funds cultural preservation projects such as the Ocherius Jazz Festival, while Digicel, through programs like Rising Stars, invests millions annually to discover and promote creative talent, according to the Digicel Foundation Annual Report 2022. Globally, Brazil offers a proven model. According to the UNESCO's Creative Economy Report in 2020, private investors in Brazil creative sector receive tax incentives, allowing them to flow directly to artists without bureaucratic delays. This approach generated 66 billion in creative industry review in Brazil 2019, accounting for 2.6% of GDP, according to Brazil Ministry of Culture 2020. Jamaica can benefit from private sector leadership in a similar way. Let us examine the case presented by the proposition. The proposition argues that the government is the best equipped to lead the development of Jamaica's orange economy. However, history tells us otherwise. Governments in Jamaica have repeatedly demonstrated inefficiency in executing large-scale initiatives, from delayed projects to mismanagement of funds. An example of this is the mismanagement of the Entertainment Industry Enhancement Fund in Jamaica. The proposition also overlooks the immense potential of private sector innovation and investment. Creative industries thrive on agility, innovation, and competition, qualities stifled by government control and bureaucracy. Our team has clearly outlined why the government leading the orange economy is not the answer. The opposition, or first speaker, highlighted that the creative economy requires flexibility and responsiveness. Government programs, by their nature, lack both. Past failures, such as delays in key infrastructure projects, highlight where the government cannot be trusted to take the lead. Red tape discourages innovation and alienates small creators who cannot navigate complex systems. Our second speaker emphasized the fact that bureaucracy creates unnecessary delays and inefficiency that will cripple the growth of the orange economy. We believe the private sector supported by enabling policies, is better stationed to lead this charge. This debate boils down to the critical question: who is better equipped to develop Jamaica's orange economy, the government or the private sector? The opposition emphatically believes that the private sector is more suitable to lead the orange economy. We, the opposition, have demonstrated that the government has a proven track record of inefficiency. Bureaucracy will harm rather than help the creative industries. The private sector is dynamic, innovative, and better suited to this task, provided the government plays a supportive and not a leading role. In conclusion, the orange economy is Jamaica's opportunity to shine on the global stage, but entrusting its development on the government is a recipe for stagnation. The future of Jamaica's creative industries lies in empowering private individuals and businesses, not in burdening them with government inefficiency and bureaucracy. I thank you.
Opposition reply speaker to conclude this debate.
I take the opportunity to greet you all. Good afternoon. Opposition draws on the failures of the public sector but failed to show the private failures, such as the reggae film Falling Short, where the biography of Bob Marley in film Bob Marley was a US initiative. No money to Jamaica, no benefit. Exploitation of our own creative industry. Jamaican music, where our artists do not own their own work. Is that not the stifling of creativity? When there is nothing to protect what you have created? Private sector support is volatile. It is inconsistent. Is Digicel the only example? Sorry. Sandals with their underpaid employees. Is that not stifling? You highlight the negatives of the public sector, but do remember that it is of recent that we have heard of strikes within our private sector. Secrets, Breathless, Ibero Star workers striking as a result of poor leadership within the private sector. Then they talk about overregulation. They assume that there will be overregulation. Burn, choke. Is it not our Ministry of Culture, Entertainment and Sports that has provided an insurance policy for our artists, for our creators? I must remind you as well that according to Dr. Keith Nurse, sitting on the World Trade Organization at the University of the West Indies, stated that the technology transformation in creative industries have been proliferated significantly by the emergence of trade policy. There is comfort and subsequent freedom in knowing that there is nationwide financial, political protection. What confinity? They also said that our government is incapable. Is opposition undermining the efforts of our government? Undermining the efforts of the civil servants? What was the value, Mr. Barrett? 110,000 civil servants? Who have put their efforts into building Jamaica, nationwide building. Collaboration initiatives, economic linkages, access and further credible mobilization of the private sector, communities and international partnerships, subsequent grants, financial support, skill building initiatives and laws that protect our intellectual property. I bring up our Ministry of Culture again. They said it takes long. Bureaucracy, of course it takes long. Our government has to sift through an entire repository of information necessary to ensure that there is knowledge and subsequent good decision making for the betterment of our nation. Of course, it's going to take long. There is need for thoroughness to ensure that there is fairness and equity for all. Government provides the framework, the core of leadership. They authorize who, what, where, when, and how. When it is government managed, it is managed by Jamaica. From our civil servants right down to me and you. We are involved when our government leads. That is the opportunity. Access to networks, credible information, international links, mobilizing all entity. When private sector makes decisions, they aren't obligated to consider the welfare of our nation, but the welfare of their corporation. Am I telling a lie? Exactly. Their support is volatile. That is confinement. That is stifling creativity. Government-led means inclusivity of all entities, of all bodies, opportunity for the marginalized and otherwise. And so I close. I've been talking for so long. Private sector intrinsically prioritizes profit. Our government are constitutionally bound. It is their purpose. We have selected them for that purpose. For the capacity to ensure that there is nationwide impact. When our government manages, it means that Jamaica manages. I thank you.
Another round of applause for both these teams. Ladies and gentlemen, you see that I was not bluffing when I said we have two champion teams right in front of us, yes? The judges are now going to excuse themselves to deliberate, and in so doing, we'll turn over to Madam Teacher Clark Griffiths. Teacher Clark Griffiths.
Ladies and gentlemen, students all, are you having a wonderful time this morning? If you're having a wonderful time, let me hear you. All right. I was there and I was just cheering on and on and on. If you think Glenmore takes it, let me hear you. Montego Bay? All right, it's not up to us. It's up to the judges, okay? So we await the judges' decision. I'm having an absolutely amazing time. But recall when I started, I said that we were going to have a moment. And so while the judges deliberate, I'm going to take this opportunity to crave your indulgence in inviting Mrs. Bromfield, and Sister Patrice went to get her. So just give me a few minutes until she gets here. And of course, I did say to you that we wanted to pay a small tribute to our brother and lifetime member of the Jamaica Civil Service Association. So as soon as she gets in, we will do that. Brother Al, could you bring that for me up here? Please give Mrs. Bromfield a round of applause, please. So my colleagues, friends, brothers, sisters, schools, teachers, those who are online joining us, I did indicate earlier that we lost a philanthropist, a stalwart, someone who would have contributed to the Jamaica Civil Service Association for many years. It was on the 19th of September that we met in the boardroom of this very hotel with Mr. Bromfield. He was 90 years old. And he indicated at our last meeting that he was so proud to be a life member of this noble institution. And he expresses his satisfaction with his contributions over the many years. At that meeting, we indicated that we wanted to honor Mr. Bromfield, and that honoring would have taken place and will be taking place on the 13th of December at our President's Luncheon. Unfortunately, that's the funeral service for our dear brother, the very day, the 13th of December. This morning, I wanted to just take the opportunity to do so in front of his wife, to say to her that the Jamaica Civil Service Association mourns with her the loss of a stalwart, Mr. Bromfield, a dedicated life member of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, who has contributed significantly to our organization and has left an indelible mark on our community and our organization and the wider Jamaica, and of course the hotel industry. For over a decade, Brother Bromfield championed education through his steadfast support of the Glenn Bromfield Trust Fund, Glenn Bromfield JCSA Trust Fund, which provided scholarships to high school students, ensuring that the next generation has access to opportunities for academic success. His unwavering belief in the power of education has inspired many and will continue to resonate with years to come. He was a founding member of the JUTA. Everybody know JUTA, right? Mr. Bromfield was a founding member of that bus company and has displayed extraordinary vision and commitment to improving the transportation landscape. Today, public sector workers enjoy a transportation system named GETS. That's the Government Employee Transportation System that Mr. Bromfield championed up to his passing. His involvement with the JCSA quiz competition spanned over 20 years, demonstrated his passion for fostering critical thinking and intellectual growth among participants, ensuring that young minds were continually challenged and empowered. Mr. Bromfield's contribution were not merely an act of service, but reflection of a life lived with purpose and dedication to the betterment of others. His legacy is a testament to the impact one individual can have in uplifting a community and Jamaica. As we celebrate his life and mourn his passing, let us honor his memory by continuing the work he passionately believed in, which was education. On behalf of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, I extend my deepest condolences to you, Mrs. Bromfield, and the family and the Medallion All family, and to all his loved ones. Rest in peace, our dear brother and friend. Your legacy will continue to live on in our lives. You have touched not just the JCSA, you have touched not only the lives of high school students and their families, but you have touched the institutions of Jamaica, both in the tourism industry and in the public service. Today, we pause to honor and to recognize a great man, a stalwart, and a Jamaican philanthropist. Thank you very much. We take this opportunity to present to you, Madam, a card of condolences from the Jamaica Civil Service Association and an orchid that epitomizes the strength, the beauty, and the inner strength and compassion of a great man. Mr. Bromfield would say that I want nothing. Yes. He would say, I need nothing, yes, but he gives everything. And I could remember when we have our competition, he would come around and the school that did not place or get anything in the competition would leave here with a gift or a token and an envelope. And I think you need to give him a round of applause and let us celebrate the life of Mr. Bromfield. I'm quite heartened that this competition in its second year is held here. And as a testament of his contribution to the JCSA at this very hotel, that Mr. Bromfield would have lived his life serving the people of Jamaica.
If you give a little more than you take, and if you try to fix more than you break, if you're the kind who takes the time to help a stranger in the rain, there's a place for people like you. If you stand up for those down on their knees and lend a voice to those who cannot speak, if you shine a little light, give sight to the ones who lost their way, there's a place for people like you. I've heard up there streets are made of gold, and when you get there, there's a hand to hold. I believe when your days down here are through, there's a place up there for people like you.
And I strongly believe that there is indeed a place up there for people like Brother Bromfield. May his soul rest in peace, and may light perpetually shines upon him. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the third place playoffs just happened, and that was a very, very invigorating and intense debate competition. Don't you agree? Yes. Indeed. So I want to hear from you. Who is your winner? Who is your third place winner? Is it the Montego Bay High School for Girls? Is it the Glenmuir High School? And by way of reminder, the motion that was debated by both teams I'm sorry. So just by way of reminder, the motion that was debated by both teams was, this House believes that the government should lead the charge in developing Jamaica's orange economy. We're now going to move to the grand final match while we wait on the judges' deliberations for the third place playoffs. So thank you, teams, for your ardent participation. In the grand final match of the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024, we'll be having two teams fighting for the position of champion team. These teams are Campion College and the Manning School. I'm kindly asking these teams to take your place on the platform. Okay, the teams are here. So ladies and gentlemen, again, this is the grand finals match of the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. The match is between Campion College and Manning's School. We'll now hear from the speakers introducing themselves, starting with Campion College.
Good afternoon. I'm Jaden Clark, the first speaker of Side Proposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Shaw, the second speaker from Campion on Side Proposition.
Good afternoon. My name is Joshua Walcott, the third speaker for Side Proposition.
Before we go to Manning School, I'm kindly calling the adjudicators to the adjudication desk. Manning School.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tia Moy Brown, and I'm the first speaker for the opposition team.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Christoph Williams, and I'm the second speaker for the side opposition team.
A pleasant good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deandra Irvin, and I am the third speaker for the opposition team.
Thank you, teams. And now to introduce the adjudication panel. Our chair adjudicator, who is the co-founder and, well, the founder and executive director of the Jamaican Association for Debating and Empowerment, JADE Limited, Mr. Jermaine Barrett. The JADE graphic design specialist, Mr. Ngoma Johnson. The JADE Public Relations Specialist, Miss Leah J. Holness. And Miss Rhoda Williams, who is an executive of the JCSA and also a part of the National Staff Relations Council. We also have on the adjudication panel, Mr. Matthew White, who is the JADE Wellness Support Specialist. In this grand finals match, the teams Campion College and Manning School will be debating on the motion. This House would increase taxes to fund the public sector. This House would increase taxes to fund the public sector. So ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts and get ready for this intellectual battle between Campion College and Manning School. We'll now call our first speaker.
Am I audible? Okay. Thank you. For the 7th consecutive year, we see no new taxes. This has come at a cost. Our roads are crumbling, our students are struggling, and our healthcare system is overwhelmed. It is the moral duty of the government to increase taxes to fund the public sector. Esteemed judges, my worthy opponents, members of the audience, both in person and online, it is with great pleasure that I propose a motion. This House would increase taxes to fund the public sector. Firstly, as the first speaker, my task is to establish the foundation upon which our argument will be built and delve into some key substantives, while my second speaker will further support the motion by adding some key substantive arguments, and the reply speaker will close the debate by weighing the arguments proposed and showing why we have won this debate. Firstly, our model. Our model consists of expanding the tax base. Currently, Jamaica has a limit of 6 million on income tax collection with the highest tax rate capped at around 30%, and this will be adjusted to 40% for higher income brackets, ensuring that the wealthy contribute more without overburdening lower income citizens. Additionally, taxes on bauxite dividends, immovable property such as land, and luxury goods like special consumption taxes, will see a 5 to 10% increase, and custom duties would be increased by 3%, structured to limit the impact on poorer groups. And this ensures that the poorest of the poor are protected, while the public sector receives the necessary funding to improve the essential services, which is why I'm so proud to propose this morning. Now let's get into the meat of the matter. The public sector is a backbone of societal well-being, providing essential services like healthcare, education, and infrastructure that directly impact the social mobility, lives, and livelihoods of millions of Jamaicans. These services are foundational to a fair and functional society, ensuring that citizens have access to opportunities and basic needs, regardless of their economic status. This debate is therefore not just about economics, it's about human lives. The implications of underfunding the public sector are dire. Subpar healthcare systems, educational opportunities shrink, and lackluster infrastructure are just the tip of the iceberg when looking at the status quo. Now for the actors in this debate. We've identified two main actors. Firstly, the poor people who depend heavily on well-funded public services for survival. And secondly, we have public sector workers whose ability to deliver these services hinges on sufficient resources and fair compensation. Likewise, the burden on proposition is to show by principle or by practice that increasing taxes is a sufficient and necessary approach to addressing the needs of the public sector, while side opposition must show that the downsides of increased taxes outweigh the possible benefits. Just a quick bit of context, we aren't, or just something to note, we aren't required to defend extreme tax raises like a 70% increase in income tax across the board, but simply to defend this motion more generally. Additional context, Jamaica has seen bad roads, understaffed hospitals, and classrooms with not enough chairs and desks, as well as underpaid teachers. The current funding model for Jamaica's public sector is simply insufficient to address the growing demands for services and infrastructure. Existing funding mechanisms do not provide the resources needed to deliver high-quality services to manage future growth. Which brings me to my substantive. An increase in taxes would directly lead to improvements in the quality and reach of public sectors. And my first warrant is that increased tax revenue places the government in the position to make targeted investments in the public sector and allocate resources to industries that need it. And the outcomes of this will, firstly, for healthcare, there will be more funding to enable the government to upgrade healthcare facilities, improve medical staffing, and invest in new technologies for diagnostics and treatment. And further, even on transport, the Jamaica Urban Transit Company can see increased funding that would help modernize the fleet, improve routes, and ensure that the transport system is reliable, reducing traffic congestion and providing affordable, sustainable travel options for all citizens. On education, we'll see money to increase teachers' wages, fund supplies and modernize libraries, invest in sports equipment to help children's physical activities. And for the training of public sector workers, by improving education and vocational training, the economy will benefit from a more skilled workforce, which will attract investments, will increase productivity, and will drive innovation.
Information.
Not accepted as time. The focus on skilled labor will help to bolster economic growth in all aspects of the economy. The second outcome of this is that it fixes structural and managerial challenges that we see in the public sector today. The public sector currently suffers from a host of managerial issues. However, more money from increased taxes leads to better management. More money for auditing, more investment in public sector leads to higher wages, which attracts better workers and also funds the training of public sector workers, which improves management in the long run. And the impacts of this on healthcare. This would help reduce wait times in hospitals, improve healthcare outcomes for citizens, and ensure that everyone has access to essential health services. And a second-order impact deriving from this is that healthy citizens equal healthy workers, which will drive economic growth as we have a productive and healthy workforce. another impact of this, we'll have better educated students. And further from this, it will increase social mobility because students will be able to find higher paying jobs. New industries could be sustained on the back of more educated and skilled students and workers. Additionally, increasing employment in the public sector drives demand, which increases short-term economic growth. And I'll quickly pause to take a point, if there is any.
But teacher salary, but bear in mind that the government increased teacher salary last year by close to 100%, with $1.3 million to the current $2.6 million by the low-grade teachers. So with the tax increase really necessitate, given that we have already increased their salaries.
100%. Increasing teachers' wages is just one aspect of what our model does. We've already told you that we have increased outcomes in healthcare, better educational facilities across the board, so not just with teachers' wages. However, in our world, we're actually better able to sustain these increases in the long term for teacher salaries and actually pay these teachers on time and fair wages down the line. So these teachers are still better off in our world. Because of that increased tax revenue, we can actually sustain such an increase. You don't get that on Ops World, and do not let them try to fool you. So what have we told you so far? The average Jamaican needs to visit a hospital, and on our side of the house, these hospital visits are seen, they're quicker and they have access to higher quality treatment. When they send their kids to school, they come back better informed and more prepared for the working world. And because of these impacts on all levels of society, on students, on workers, on teachers, on healthcare, on infrastructure, I am so proud to propose this motion this morning. Thank you so much.
We thank our first proposition speaker from Campion College, and now we're moving to our first opposition speaker from the Manning School.
We are going for an efficient and modern public sector, not a bigger bureaucracy. No increase in tax. Mr. Speaker, esteemed judges of the panel, fellow teammates and debaters, a pleasant afternoon. The motion states this House would increase taxes to fund the public sector. We, the opposition, stand resolutely against this. However, before we get into the meat of the matter, we acknowledge the government's definitions. While this is so, allow me to define some key terms that would provide a better understanding of the matter. The public sector refers to government, bodies, state-owned institutions, and publicly funded services that deliver essential functions such as education, healthcare, infrastructure, and public safety. Funds refer to providing money to support government services. In the context of this debate, would increase taxes refers to the government imposing higher tax rates. Mr. Speaker, we do not need to raise taxes to fund the public sector, as more effective use of existing tax revenues can achieve this without burdening citizens. As opposition leader, I will emphasize how the government can sustainably fund the public sector by maximizing the potential of current taxation through collecting outstanding taxes, formalizing businesses, and leveraging public-private partnerships to drive economic growth and development. Now, the proposition has stated that they would propose to a policy to basically tax the wealthy people. But however, let me point out the flaw in this. The wealthy people, we already have 10 billion worth of tax funds that are missed tax evasion. Through how this was achieved through illegal and legal loopholes. Additionally, inevitably, the wealthy people will leave because who would want increased tax rates, not accepted at this moment, increased tax rates? They would just leave, and therefore, the government would not get any revenue from the wealthy in the first place. Now, tell me how this makes sense. Additionally, this, I expected the proposition to come with
Points of information?
not accepted at this moment. Income tax policy, because this is what this is the tax policy that would give us more income. Taxing the wealthy even when they're going to leave, it's not enough revenue to fund this public sector. My well-profound second speaker will furthermore ferment these points and bring to the platter a look at the regressive impact of tax increases on our population, the stifling effects on economic growth, investment brought by increased taxes, the untapped potential of the, not accepted at this moment, of the tourism sector, along with a proper solution existing untapped tax revenue. Additionally, my third speaker will summarize our case. Now, it doesn't matter which tax policy the proposition comes with. They all, including the income tax policy and the wealth tax policy, they all will damage our economy. Now, let's get deeper into this. Mr. Speaker, in a free market economy, individuals should have the freedom to make most of their spending decisions. The public sector should serve areas where the market cannot, such as national security, maintaining roads, street lighting, as well as areas that need state intervention to reach developmental goals, meaning education and health. Our citizens pool their funds in the form of taxation only to fill in the services that aren't efficiently provided. The public sector does not have to be a large bureaucracy, and therefore taxation should not be a large percentage of income. As taxes rise, inefficiencies will emerge, including less entrepreneurship, business expansion, and other difficulties such as brain drain. Jamaica's tax burden is already not accepted at this moment. Jamaica's tax burden is already one of the highest in the Caribbean, with a tax to GDP ratio of 29.3% and a top income tax rate of 30%. By comparison, Trinidad and Tobago has a much lower tax to GDP ratio of 22%. Tax to GDP ratios exceeding 30% in developing economies can lead to diminishing growth, and further tax increases would likely exacerbate this burden, especially given the already significant contribution of taxpayers. When tax increase, consumers are left with less disposable income, which forces them to reduce both spending and saving. This decline in consumption leads to deadweight loss, meaning it negatively affects businesses dependent on consumer demand, leading to downsizing, wage cuts, and potential job losses. At the same time, lower savers weaken household financial stability and reduce funds available for lending at banks, driving up borrowing costs, higher interest rates, making it harder for businesses not accepted, especially small ones, to finance operations for growth. In the long run, these factors discourage employment, investment, and consumption, hindering economic growth and diminishing Jamaica's global competitiveness. Think about this. A teacher in Jamaica earning $2.6 Jamaican million annually faces a significant tax burden, with a taxable income of $1.1 Jamaican million and a 25% income tax, reducing their earnings. If taxes were increased, say, with a 2% rise in general consumption tax, the cost of goods and services would increase, further reducing the teacher's disposable income. These threatening impacts are the mere reasons we would not increase taxes. However, we are aware that the proposition will parade on the need to fund education and healthcare and the infrastructures, and of course these are viable and important and do need adequate funding. However, increased taxes is not the answer. Mr. Speaker, the public sector can be funded through the existing taxation without new taxes. While Jamaica requires investments in critical public services, the government is already utilizing current tax revenues to fund significant public sector initiatives. For example, according to the Ministry of Finance and Public Service, the government proposes to allocate 1.3 trillion Jamaican dollars in the 2024-2025 budget to finance healthcare, education, and national security. Major investments included over 136 billion for the Ministry of Health and Wellness and 142 billion Jamaican dollars for education. These expenditures have been funded without new taxes, thanks to the existing tax forms and prudent fiscal management.
Point of information.
By accepted.
You haven't done enough to tell us why prudent tax management and increasing tax compliance is unique to opposition's world.
By using tax revenues more efficiently, the government can maximize its impact without raising taxes. This allows for better allocation of funds to essential services like healthcare, education, and infrastructure. Collecting outstanding taxes can boost the government's revenue without burdening taxpayers further. By closing the tax gap, the system ensures fairness when everyone contributes their fair share. Increasing taxes when some already avoid paying only exacerbates inequality. Therefore, focusing on collecting unpaid taxes can generate sustainable revenue without the need for additional tax hikes. Furthermore, the Auditor General's 2022 report highlighted over $7 billion in misallocated funds across ministries. Therefore, we implore the government to focus on addressing these issues rather than a tax increase. By focusing on reducing corruption, leakages, and inefficiencies within the public sector, the government can ensure that funds are used as intended. After all, every mickle make a muckle. Oh. Opposition rests.
Thank you to our first opposition speaker from the Manning School. And now to extend the arguments of the proposition is the second proposition speaker from Campion College.
All right. And starting now, all protocols observed. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's deal with some of what you heard from opposition just now. So they said that wealthy people would leave. They said that we're going to have this kind of external migration of those who are taxing. First of all, we want to tell you, taxing the wealthy isn't the only form of taxation that we've already proposed. So this is only a portion of tax revenue that we're expected to consider under our world. Secondly, taxation what opposition fails to consider is that taxation of the wealthy is not necessarily directly going to result in, oh, every single rich person and every rich company is just going to get up and move out to Jamaica. They need basic econ classes to consider that the barriers to exit, consider that, all right, companies that have already founded themselves and established themselves in Jamaica can't exactly just get up, pack their bags, and move out to the country. Secondly, they said that they were talking about a rise of GDP, a GCT, sorry, a hypothetical world in which we raise the GCT and then individuals are going to suffer more. We didn't propose a rise to GCT. I didn't hear it. It's not in my speech, so don't listen to them when they tell you that that's going to be something that we get on our side. Thirdly, they talked about existing taxation can fund the public sector. I don't need to respond to this right now because my entire speech will tell you why this is clearly false. So, first of all, before I get into this, some context. Jamaica's current economic stability is fragile. It's reliant on tourism and agriculture, which are vulnerable to external climate shock and which scientists predict will be more frequent over the coming centuries, and whose effects we're already seeing, whether rising sea levels, more frequent and extreme droughts and floodings, etc. Second point of context, natural disasters and unexpected public emergencies significantly regress economic development. So during the pandemic, 150,000 Jamaicans lost their jobs, and the poverty rate rose from 19 to 23% after years of successive record declines in poverty. Why am I telling you this? Well, an increase in taxes to fund the public sector can increase Jamaica's ability to address public emergencies and natural disasters. And I'm going to tell you why this is true for two reasons. One, prevention. So more preemptive measures can be taken to guard against the negative effects of these public emergencies. When we increase our tax revenue through increasing taxes to fund the public sector, we get the elements of the public sector concerned with public safety, infrastructure, etc. They are better funded, which means we get more drains we get more drains being constructed to mitigate against floods. We get more sustainable forms of crop farming and harvesting, which require more money and can be funded through subsidies and grants to farmers. We get investments in better infrastructure, in power grids, and subsidizations for sustainable and renewable energy. This isn't theoretical. For example, the government has been and continues to hurricane-proof schools, but have yet to reach all schools, an issue that more funding would be able to achieve. Secondly, the Ministry of Education has worked to collaborate with several organizations to power off-grid communities through the Rural Electrification Program in time for Christmas and the New Year 2023. And what does that tell you? That tells you that there are current objectives that the government is trying to undertake to make Jamaica more resilient. No, to make Jamaica more resilient against these natural disasters, to make Jamaica more resilient against these public emergencies, but cannot achieve them. So we've had attempts to beef up prevention, and with funding, we can accelerate this and achieve resilience faster and better. Second, the cure. Increasing funding to the public sector would enable the government to secure itself after natural disasters. So, for example, our roads, the flooding just from last week, the flooding from a lot of the weeks in November have decimated our roads. And what we get through increased funding is that road reconstruction. So for example, in the works department, we are able to purchase more raw materials. We're able to assist in road construction and hence hire more workers to manage and direct road reconstruction as well as fix potholes. We're able to give grants to businesses, and schools and other institutions who are affected by natural disasters. And we can also help injured citizens after the emergency. I'll take a point.
How will you guarantee that people are willing to pay these taxes in the first place?
I'm sorry, you were muffled a bit. Could you repeat?
How will you guarantee that people pay these taxes in the first place?
All right, so how governments typically work in this country is that they set a particular tax rate, and then from that, the citizens pay their taxes. So if opposition is asking for an explanation on how taxes are collected in the government, I think I'll leave that to my third speaker. But we are already pointing out that taxations have not been increased for the past 7 years. So it's not necessarily anything implausible to assume or to appreciate that when we increase taxes, that people will continue to be compliant. And if you're talking about their tax evasion and tax avoidance point, that's something we can achieve in our world as well. So if they're claiming that however many millions or billions of dollars is going away because people are avoiding taxes, in our world, we're still able to do that. We can say, hey, let's clamp down. Let's get more taxation and avoid that kind of tax evasion while still increasing taxes to fund the public sector. So, continuing my point, they can also help injured citizens after emergencies. So, for example, during COVID, the healthcare system was under strain due to high hospitalization rates combined with insufficient infrastructure to support the influx of COVID patients. And if a large natural disaster occurred, this would be multiplied because similarly, a large amount of people would need care, and some hospital staff may be harmed and buildings damaged, which would strain medical efforts. So what do we get as outcomes of focusing on prevention and cure against natural disasters and against public emergencies? Well, we get economic stability. We get steady growth and development under our side because if an inevitable natural disaster comes, we have increased funding to make the public sector more resilient to these disasters and emergencies. We get less instance of people falling into poverty and thus resorting to crime, resorting to violence to feed their families because of poverty incurred because of these natural disasters. We reduce food insecurity, we reduce housing, housing instability, we reduce crime and all others under our world. I'm proud to propose.
Thank you to our second proposition speaker from Campion College. And now to extend on the arguments of the opposition team is the second opposition speaker from Mannings.
Hello, my check. So before I go into my point, let's address some of the points made by the team proposition. They talk about increasing taxes. They make it sound as if it is the only way for the government to invest in other infrastructure. As my grandmother would say, there's multiple ways to hang a dog without using a rope. And there are multiple ways that we, the government, or the government instead, can invest in all the infrastructure that is needed without simply increasing taxes. PPP, through 2014 to 2024, have mobilized over $520 million from private investment back into our public sector. The efficiency, we can improve the productivity, not only productivity, but you can improve the income of tourism-related sectors so that this money can be redirected back into the public sector without the need for increasing taxes in the first place. Honorable Chair, esteemed adjudicators, where the opponents, my fellow colleagues, and wider audience, we the opposition stands absolutely against the motion that this House would increase taxes to fund the public sector. Mr. Speaker, while the proposition may argue that rising taxes will provide the public sector with much needed resources, their stance is fundamentally flawed, short-sighted, and detrimental to the well-being of our citizens and nation's economy. Mr. Speaker, we are going for efficient and modern public sector, not a bigger bureaucracy. No increase in taxes. Let's look at the regressive impact of tax increase. So,
points of information.
Not accepted. Mr. Speaker, is it really fair to ask Jamaicans to pay for the public sector's investment when the wealthier individuals and corporations routinely exploit tax shelter and loopholes to avoid paying taxes or their fair share in the first place? Historical evidence of the Jamaica government in 2015 decision to increase GCT, or increase taxes rather, led to a 5% drop in consumption among low-income households, according to the Minister of Finance. Should we adopt a policy that widens inequality when alternatives like addressing tax evasion, which Mr. Speaker currently cost the Jamaican government $10 billion Jamaican dollars for the past decade? $10 billion for the past decade yearly.
And this could generate significant revenue without placing additional burden on households. Mr. Speaker, the proposition calls for higher taxes to fund the public sector. Still, they fail to account the stifling effects of economic growth, investment, and welfare in ordinary Jamaicans, with a corporate tax rate already at 25% compared to 0% in Cayman Islands and Bahamas, 9% in Barbados as of 2024. How can we expect to attract much-needed foreign direct investment when Jamaica is already seen as less competitive? FDI is a critical driver of Jamaica's economic growth, providing funding for infrastructure, creating jobs, and boosting foreign exchange. In 2023, FDI inflows of $380 million, an 18.13% increase from 2022. Mr. Speaker, even a small tax increase of 1 to 2% rise in corporate tax from studies in similar economics to Jamaica could reverse this process, making Jamaica less competitive than regional peers like Costa Rica, not accepted, Barbados, Dominican Republic. A mere 1% hike, Mr. Speaker, could reduce FDI inflow by 10 to 15%. Thereby, projections lead to in 2024 would lead to 0.32 billion to 0.34 billion. Mr. Speaker, Jamaica's history have proven time and time again that tax hike failed to deliver the sustainable results proponents claim. With the 2017 tax increase, despite promises of additional revenue, compliance rate plummeted by 15%. Mr. Speaker, within a year as rural and low-income property owners struggle to meet the higher tax demands. 2010 tax hike on fuel and telecommunications, which sparked nationwide protests, strike, and decline in GDP by 0.7% in 2014. This policy not only failed to achieve the revenue goal, but also eroded public trust in government fiscal measures. How can you, the proposition, advocate for strategies which has proven time and time again to not work?
Point of information.
The tourism sector, which contributes 9% of GDP, Mr. Speaker, holds untapped potential. Diversifying into areas like ecotourism and heritage tourism, as seen in the Jamaica Blue Mountain Cafe experience, which boosted tourism revenue by 5% in its first year, generating an estimated $1.85 million in additional revenue, could boost the economy without the need to increase taxes in the first place. Jamaica can expand its revenue based on without increasing taxes. Digitalization and enforcement could unlock billions of untapped revenue. Take, for instance, Estonia, whose digital innovation has revolutionized tax compliance. How government collect revenue by making the process efficient, reducing errors, and allowing real-time tracking of tax payments. This ensures that higher compliance rates as businesses and individuals find it easier and quicker to meet their tax obligation, and the government would be able to track who is not paying their taxes. In closing, the proposition calls for tax increase is fundamentally misstepped, as it overlooks the economic strains such as measures imposed by already burdened households and businesses, shifting the economic through foreign direct investments, and historical evidence of failed outcomes. The opposition fairly believes that sustainable growth and public sector development do not require additional taxes. Instead, we advocate for innovative, effective alternatives like PPPs, improved tax compliance strategies, and improving our economic potential. These solutions not only protect the vulnerable population, but also ensures long-term economic stability and equitable gains. The opposition stance is clear. A tax hike is not the answer. Let us choose a solution that empowers our nation rather than burdening it any further. The opposition rests.
Thank you to our second opposition speaker from Manning School. And now to wrap up the substantive arguments of the proposition is the third proposition speaker from Campion College. Here, here. Cross.
Yeah.
Here's the next one.
Thank you very much. Not so fast, Xavier, Mr. Moderator. So we're now going to enter into the exciting cross-questioning section. So we're going to ask the opposition team to ask a series of questions within 5 minutes, each question lasting for no more than 20 seconds. You're going to ask those questions of the, or rather to the proposition team, and then we will give that opportunity to the proposition so that they can ask questions of team opposition. All right, so with 5 minutes on the clock, team opposition, you may ask your first question. That is the Manning School.
You hearing me?
Yes.
Okay. So you claim that tax increases are necessary to fund public sector improvement, but you did not consider potential revenue that could be generated by improving tax compliance in Jamaica's informal sector, which accounts for 43% of GDP. How would you justify that burdening compliant taxpayers before exhausting the untapped revenue source?
So enforcing compliance isn't like a mutually exclusive thing between both sides. We can enforce compliance in our side and in their side. And actually enforcing compliance is better under our side because we have more income from the taxes for auditing, for attracting better managers, for attracting more people that can actually carry out and sophisticate these audits. And some of the consequences of auditing under their side can lead to businesses like attempting to leave because they don't want their things introspected by the government or being.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll hear the next opposition question.
As we have proven about the 2017 and 2018 property tax increase, given that the past tax hikes has led to compliance issue and public dissent, how do you plan to ensure that this round of increase in your eyes will not result in similar lack of compliance or protest that disrupts our economy?
Okay, so part of this, or a significant part of this debate, is weighing. So yes, we can talk about things like things about non-compliance, or things about people not complying with the taxes or tax avoidance and things like that. However, we have to weigh that with our side. Our side is the side that is gathering funds to prevent against things like natural disasters, to prevent against things like people losing their houses, people starving on the street because they don't have the proper access to food that they would get from additional funding going into the public sector. And that significantly outweighs all the non-compliance which is present under your world. Under our world.
Okay, so tourism contributes 9% of GDP and employs 12% of workforce. By raising taxes in those integral sector, how would you prevent ripple effects that damages tourism revenue, employment, and foreign exchange earnings?
So the increases that we're proposing are not necessarily going to have any negative or impactful ripple effects as you're talking about in tourism world. Not only does our side better account for that because we have more resilience. So our tourism sector holds up to natural disasters like COVID, natural disasters like Hurricane Beryl that we already talked about in our substantives. And in addition, you have to explain to us, you have given us no reason to believe that these small increases in tax hikes, like in bauxite, in SCT taxes, are going to lead to all of these people wanting to go away from Jamaica or us losing FDI and tourism investment. So you're going to have to explain to us, and we better account for that on our side already.
This is the last opposition question.
The government recently increased public sector salaries to improve morale and motivation. How can you reconcile this effort with a proposal to raise taxes, which will significantly reduce the real disposable income of these same workers?
Okay, first of all, we already told you how on our side of the house we're better able to sustain these increases in wages for public sector workers. You still haven't engaged with that. But moving on from that, we told you that, okay, yeah. Okay, even acknowledging that, we told you that even with that small decrease in disposable income, you have to weigh the overarching impacts on society. So because people have better access to healthcare, education, there's greater healthcare outcomes, and students have greater social mobility because they're actually able to educate themselves and get high-paying jobs. the outcomes in the long term far outweigh that 1 to 2% increase in, or decrease rather, in disposable income. So you have to weigh this. People's livelihoods are better in a world where they have high quality education, high quality healthcare, and can actually live with a high standard of living, as opposed to that small decrease in disposable income that nobody will notice at the end of the month.
Thank you, Speaker. We'll move now to hear questions from the government team posed to the opposition team, the Manning School.
Okay, we have 4 minutes of analysis on how natural disasters could be better managed under our side. How do you contend with this point?
Sorry, can you please repeat that question?
We have 4 minutes of analysis on how natural disasters could be better managed under our side. How do you contend with this point?
And you believe that increasing taxes would mitigate that? Overall, we can use government expenditures without the need for increasing taxes to levy right back into awareness with the public, with management of hurricane and so forth. So in a sense, you don't need to justify that increasing taxes would allow the government to fix these issues when we already have the revenue to do so. We can exploit or utilize our economic benefits, such as tourism that we have highlighted before, to gain more revenue into redirecting it into these same programs. So in a sense, increasing taxes doesn't push the government into these initiatives.
We'll hear the next government question.
Okay, we have 3 minutes of analysis on how the quality of public services would increase on our side of the house, which is largely unresponding to. How do you contend with this point?
Large increase, you highlighted that, but we must bear in mind that the salary increase last year alone boosted morale, and it provided a 12% productivity rate across all public sectors. So in a sense, you're simply justifying that by simply increasing taxes, all this will just be like that, boom, and everything will be magical. Not all that glitters is gold, you know, and that by increasing taxes doesn't simply justify that all of this will just magically happen. We can do all of that, as we'd have emphasized earlier, without the need for increased taxes, redirecting the current funds that we already have into these sectors. And with the budget of $1.3 trillion is a lot of money without increasing taxes in the first place. The treasury is there, so you don't need increased taxes.
We'll hear the next proposition question.
So you claim that the poor will be burdened by our small increasing taxes. How do you contend with the fact that we continue to raise these same groups up and support them with benefits like disaster resilience, shorter hospital wait times, higher standards of living, etc.?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that question?
You claim that the poor will be burdened by our small increase in taxes, but how do you contend with the fact that we raise these groups up and we offer them support through disaster resilience, shorter hospital wait times, better quality education, higher standards of living, etc.?
All right, so you prove that. So what about food and so forth? You give them less wait time. So what about that? You increase the amount of money that they have to spend overall. And bear in mind, they have to spend money on education and healthcare aside from that. You're increasing the amount of money that they have to spend, but then justifying that you will just magically give them better healthcare. What about education? That money that they would have additionally been spending could have been allocated to education and healthcare, and you're simply justifying that by increasing taxes, you're benefiting them when you're doing them in the worst.
That's how taxes work. But can you even prove that your measures to increase revenue under your world, like tax compliance, are sufficient to meet the demands of the public sector? Roads are crumbling. Hospitals are malfunctioning. How does your side deal with that increased revenue?
Thank you. This is the last opposition response.
Okay, so I'm just going to ask you to repeat the question just one more time.
Can you even prove that your measures to increase revenue, like tax compliance and tapping into other industries, are sufficient to make up to the large amount that the public sector needs to function? Roads are crumbling, hospitals are malfunctioning. We need a lot of money, more so than what you're recommending. So can you prove that on your side?
All right, so the revenue, the untapped revenue, that's $10 billion. $10 billion. Imagine the government losing $10 billion annually because of these evasions, right? This is untapped money that could have been redirected to the public sector and more. The government is already making money from tourism, agriculture, and all other sectors that could have been redirected back to the public sector. You don't need to increase taxes as we have highlighted because these are untapped money, money that we don't even touch as yet. So instead, you should be trying to divert that money back so it could be reinvested back into the public sector.
And additionally, remember, as we highlighted in one of our speeches or rebuttals, that even the Prime Minister himself had come out and said that public-private partnerships have provided revenue of $520 million to the infrastructures, to healthcare, to the hospitals, to the roadways, and even the normal sanctions.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, and ladies and gentlemen, I believe that both teams deserve a round of applause. With that, we will take a 1-minute pause to refresh ourselves and collect our thoughts ahead of the reply speeches. When the 1 minute has elapsed, we will resume with the reply speaker from Team Opposition. That's the Manning School, who will speak for 5 minutes. Then we will conclude the debate with the 5-minute reply speaker from Team Campion College. Your 1 minute begins now.
Blessed is the man that walketh not to the counsel of the ungodly, not standeth in the ways of sinners, nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful. Oh my God. Oh Lord. Sweep over my soul. Sweep over my soul. Though the road in life gets rough, just sweep over my soul. One more time, sweep over my soul. Sweep over my soul. Though the road in life gets rough, just sweep over my soul. Every day, every morning, I will sing a song of praise to Him. He's the King of Kings. Oh, every morning I will rise. Every morning I will sing. Every evening I will lift my
All right, the
voice.
1 minute has elapsed. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back and it is time for the reply speeches. And we'll be calling the reply speaker from the opposition team for her 5 minutes.
Pleasant good afternoon. Can everyone hear me? Okay, lovely. Mr. Speaker, esteemed judges, fellow colleagues, worthy opponents, and the wider audience, as third speaker of the opposition, my role today is to reinforce the arguments made by my colleagues, dismantle the flawed reasoning presented by the proposition in their attempts to justify increasing taxes to fund the public sector, leave no doubt as to why this simply cannot be the solution, and most importantly, reiterate why the opposition has undoubtedly won this debate. Now, firstly, let me address some of the points made by Team Proposition. Mr. Speaker, if you realize the proposition keeps repeating that a small increase will not impact the economy, yet they are yet to actually give us that percentage. They keep basically saying that, oh, this will be the outcome. However, we as opposition has proven that even the slightest increase of 1 to 2% is literally enough to completely cripple our economy. The first speaker also mentioned the proposal to tax the wealthy in order to protect the poorest. However, what they fail to understand is that there is no point in attempting to take more tax from persons who will only continue to evade these taxes through loopholes in the system, whether legal or illegal. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no point in pouring money into a leaky bucket. What we need to capitalize on is infrastructure, healthcare,
education, need to protect the poorest, natural disasters. We have to focus on solutions that will actually work and not worsen our situation. This is where the PPP comes in and the crackdown on compliance also come down. If we focus on these things, the majority of funds being lost will be retained, and naturally the issue will resolve itself without putting Jamaica at risk to stand at an economic loss of investors, among other things. Now, Mr. Speaker, raising taxes will discourage investment, both foreign and domestic, which is critical to Jamaica's economy. Even a modest increase would make us less attractive to investors, cutting direct foreign investment and shrinking opportunities for job creation. Small and medium-sized enterprises will bear the brunt of these tax hikes, leading to higher operational costs, reduced profitability, and job losses. This is not a pathway to growth. It is a recipe for economic stagnation. Mr. Speaker, let us also not forget who bears the greatest burden of tax increase: low and middle class income Jamaicans. As illustrated by my colleagues, higher consumption tax like GCT will take a larger sum of increase from those persons already struggling to meet basic needs. A tax increase might seem small on paper, but for persons already struggling, it means sacrificing essentials like the same education and the same increase, the same healthcare that they are seeking to improve. Who says that the government is better at spending more of our income than ourselves? Who knows best our needs? The answer, Mr. Speaker, is the people themselves, not an overburdened public sector. While the government also insists on tax hikes, the opposition has offered viable solutions that are both sustainable and equitable. PPPs have already demonstrated their ability to fund public projects effectively without adding additional strain on taxpayers. Improving tax compliance can generate substantial revenue without increasing rates, and addressing inefficiencies in public spending ensures that existing resources are utilized to their full potential. These are not just ideas, Mr. Speaker. They are proven strategies that have worked in Jamaica and other nations. And even as my first speaker would have mentioned, the Prime Minister himself acknowledged this fact. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, it is clear to see that the solution is not to increase taxes. What we need to do instead, Mr. Speaker, is capitalize on accountability, efficiency, and innovative solutions. Increasing taxes will only burden citizens, harm businesses, and slow economic growth for Jamaica. We believe in empowering Jamaica and getting us to the next economic level. And as the saying goes, one cocoa full, many baskets. By taking deliberate steps to collect taxes, eliminate waste, and foster partnerships, we can ensure that our public sector thrives without resorting to the damaging tool of tax hikes. Mr. Speaker, we as the opposition have laid out why such a proposal cannot and will not prove as feasible whatsoever. And as such, this is why we have indisputably won today's debate. The opposition rests.
Thank you, opposition, for that lovely reply speech. And to close out this debate with the reply speech from the proposition team from Campion College.
Three things in this speech: a summary of the debate, a final debunking of opposition's strongest points, and a rebuilding of our case. At the start of the debate, we set out two burdens. The first burden was proposition's burden to show by principle or by practice that increasing taxes is a sufficient and necessary approach to addressing the needs of the public sector. And the second burden was to show that was opposition's burden, and it was to show that the downsides of increased taxes outweigh the downsides of increased taxes outweigh the upsides. Okay, a few strategic issues that opposition had in this debate. First, they claimed that we didn't give them a percentage. We gave percentages. We said that 3% of custom and 5 to 10% for increasing SCT tax, and around like a 5% increase inside of tax on immovables and tax on bauxite. They kept saying that what we have is sufficient, but refused to engage with our characterization of the status quo. So we told you that in status quo there were health problems, there were issues with education, there were issues with all these different sectors of the economy. They kept saying that we have enough funding, but refused to engage with the actual characterization. Next, they said that we talked about GCT. We didn't talk about GCT. Not once did we mention GCT. They kept saying that we talked about corporate tax. We didn't mention once corporate tax. We aren't burdened to defend every type of tax increase. We said that at the start of our speech, and they still haven't encountered with that part of the debate. They mentioned bureaucracy endlessly. Not once did they provide how bureaucracy would be an outcome of increasing taxes, or even why bureaucracy is a bad issue. None of their policies were mutually exclusive. They talked about policies that required large capital that aren't mutually exclusive. So things like tourism investment. The things that they talked about were like, redirecting funds to sort of like tourism. We already said that these things are risky due to the natural disasters that can incur. And so hanging your hats on that already is defeated by the impacts that we outlined previously. So what did we tell you in this debate? The first thing that we said is that an increase in taxes increases the efficiency or the efficacy of public services. We mechanized this by looking at the unique way increased funding can benefit each sector of the economy, so healthcare, infrastructure, education. Opposition's reply to this was that wealthy people would leave. We replied to this in 3 ways. We said that on the industry side, barriers to exiting, such as they already have the hardware and the machinery and the land, all directed towards extracting the raw materials, and so that would actually prevent those businesses from leaving the economy. The next thing that we said is on the individual side, we said that yes, increasing income taxes on wealthy Jamaicans creates an incentive for them to leave Jamaica. But the question was never the existence of the incentive. The question is to do with the extent or magnitude of the incentive. We said, keep in mind, migrating to another country requires a visa, finding an entirely new house, encountering like a higher cost of living. These people, richer Jamaicans, the people who we are taxing, are nationalistic. They have the disposable income, and so they will remain in Jamaica. They will stay in the country of the country of freedom, and they will stay here, and they won't leave to go pursue other opportunities. Opposition had like a contrasting point that sort of clashed with ours under this, and they said that you could be more efficient and modernize the public sector before introducing taxes. This is not exclusive to their side. You can both collect taxes and fix the tax system, and this is actually better under our side because we mechanized how more money leads to better management. We said that more money for auditing, more investment in public sector, which leads to higher wages, would attract better workers, and more funding and training for public sector workers, which also leads to better management, show that more money, there can be more money to deal with tax evasion and non-compliance from the untapped revenue that currently exists. And so our side is the one that maximizes the benefit of getting the taxes that aren't currently collected. The next thing they talked about was economic growth. They talked about the tourism redirect investment thing. And they hang their hats on this risky source of income. We already said that natural disasters already are coming, and they are going to come, and that is going to destroy the tourism industry. And you cannot hang your hats on the tourism industry suddenly being this boom of economic growth. We said that our thing is sure, our thing is provided automatically, and our thing enables people to get these increases in infrastructure, health, and education that we talked about previously. The last thing is that they talked about is like public investments, FDI, foreign direct investments. A stable public sector attracts investments. A stable public sector from the funding that we get would boost things like education, boost things like infrastructure, and that would attract more people because Jamaica wouldn't be at risk to be harmed by those natural disasters, which actually benefits the economy. We won this point based on mechanization and impact. We talked about reduced wait times, improved health outcomes. We talked about several things. Because they weren't able to mechanize their side properly, and because all their points were defeated, we get all the impacts under this side, and they don't get any. Now, they said, next, we talked about public emergencies are better.
Wow, what a debate, ladies and gentlemen. Round of applause for the teams. Campion College and Manning's School. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand final match of the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. And we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll be hearing the oral adjudication and the winners from the third place playoffs and this grand final match. We'll be back. So kindly go outside and downstairs to the left. All right?
Sing my heart in praise and sing for Jah all my days. Okay, sweet over my soul, sweet over my soul. Though the road in life gets rough, just sweet. All the working on me, I'm just a victim of poverty. Where there is life, then there's hope, they say, Lord. So I know that there will be a better way. All I gotta do is obey the word and pray, Lord. And I know that my God will lead the way. 'Cause it is not easy on my pilgrim journey. The burden I carry is more than I can bear. Why should I worry when I can pray? And which I will show me how to conquer my fear. Where there is life, then there is hope, they say, Lord. So I know that there will be a better way. All I got to do is obey the word and pray, Lord. And I know that my God will lead the way. Gotta be the way. People turn to them, my God. He's the way, the prime mover. Rastafari, Holy Manuel, Emperor Haile Selassie. Are you ready for more? Just say I come, say I come. Just say I use a messenger to teach you about roots and culture. Tell them I see the living culture. That's all I have to just say I use a messenger to teach you about roots and culture. That's all I deal with a girl. So I talk about who them boss love bomb, they forget ya, and who them woman up front. There's a time and place for everything. So I sing about who them boss them gun, they don't talk about who them fire gathering. But I don't have no time to mingle and sing. Cause one, just another messenger to teaching you about roots and culture. Until the mass in the female culture. That's all I had in with other. Just another messenger to teaching you about roots and culture. Till the mass in the female culture. That's all I had in with other. Remember who just sent Jonah and Elijah, Moses and Noah, Martin Luther King and Marcus too. Oh God, they never falter. Them and they do them works and they move on. So we know they have feelings. I must carry on to work. Just an eye as a messenger to teach you to the drums and culture. Tell them I see the evil nature. That's all I have with her. Just an eye as a messenger to teach you to the drums and culture. I tell them I see the evil nature. That's all I have with her. Singers and players of instruments, we have a responsibility to inspire the people and lead the generation to a brighter future. Just say I come, say I come. Only Emmanuel away. Give praise to Rastafari, and our praises unto Jah. Give praise to Rastafari, and our praises unto Jah. How many days, so many nights we faced this rugged life. We grew so fast, chose to get by it. My friends and my environment, sometimes they do me wrong. But by my faith, I keep holding on. Give praise to Rastafari, and our praises unto Jah. Oh yeah. Give praise to Rastafari, and our praises unto Jah. The youths today are so confused, they don't know what to do. They fuss and fight for what they think is right. Life for them seems so hard, they don't know where to turn. With lessons that they need to learn. Well, give praise to Rastafari, and our praises unto Jah. Oh yeah, give praise to Rastafari, and our praises unto Jah. Listen, one extra. Hallelujah. Praise God, my people. Yeah, man. Sweet. Look around the world today, all we see is wars and rumors of war. Want to send this message of peace to all of our leaders out there. Whether you're black or white, Christian or Muslim, no matter what your religion or ideology, one God, one aim, one destiny. Are you with me? Right? Yes, imagine living in a world where there is no war. And imagine if everyone you see again. Imagine if everyone could learn to show each other respect. Oh, what a wonderful world this will be. A world for you and me. Where even the blind could see and the deaf man could hear. Yes, we can do it if we only agree. It's your world and mine. It's your world and mine. Your world and mine. It's your world and mine. No matter what your philosophy may be or your ideology, remember, as His Majesty Emperor Haile Selassie I said, I and I, religion is personal. Well, this time we take time out to acknowledge one of the greatest of our times, the Honorable Bob Marley. And right now we're at the foundation. I get very emotional when we touch this part. But over the years we've proven that it's good over evil. And little David will slew Goliath again. Enough respect to the Honorable Bob Marley. And right now we're at Tough Gang Studios. Check this out. Dedicate this one to the Marley family. And the entire Rastafari community. 12 tribe of Israel, Baba Shanti, Naya Biggie. Ethiopian out of that. Enough respect to my Virgin Mikey General in the house. Why boast at thyself, O evil man? Playing smart, but not being clever. I see you working iniquity to achieve vanity. And I know so we go. 'Cause the goodness of Jaja I do it forever. If you are a big tree, then I'm the smallest. Sharpen to cut you down. Well, sharp, ready to chop you down. These are the words of my master. He said, no evil man shall prosper, and whosoever diggeth a pit shall fall in it, fall in it. Whosoever diggeth a pit shall stumble in it, crumble in it. If you are a big tree, then I'm the small axe, sharpened to cut you down. Worship, ready to chop you down. Take it away. chop you down. My God, what a song. What an inspiration. But this next one is to the leaders out there. It's a warning. Because we've been going on with this thing for too long. Misleading the people on a path of destruction. Hit it. Look around the world today. And all we see is war and rumors of war. And let me get this one to all those leaders. It's about time you realize you're not fulfilling your purpose. And as a people stand united to revolt against all evil. System, they divide and rule and break us down, tear us apart. What is the future of the human race? How will the children grow to take our place? Where is the love that we should all embrace? I do believe, say for you and me, but this one's for to die from wars, and those who dare survive are unemployed. What is the future of the human race? How will the children grow to take our place? Where is the love we should all embrace? I do believe it's here for you and me, for this one's for the fighting war, hold on, the world, this one's for the leader. While fighting war, hold on, the world. Hey, yeah. This one is for, this one's for the leaders. Hey, oh, yeah, yeah. This one's for the leaders. Big one of my favorites, you know. You can tell the way I sing it, right? Right now, we need prayer, my people. The world is lost. With what's going on right now, younger generation, I don't know what road they're treading out. Check this out. Let us pray. Look around the world today. The whole world's gone astray. We need the Most High God as a prime mover in our lives. Say glory be to the Most High God, hallowed be thy name. King of kings and Lord of lords, worthy to be praised, and ascribe to you dominion, power and grace. Through all the years and years to come, you'll always be the same. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried away. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Preserve my soul today. She'll look around the world today, oh God, and you will see Pharisees and backbiters taken up in vanity. But I know you control our destiny. From you our blessings flow. From yesterday, even today, and tomorrow. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Don't wanna be carried away. It's me again, Jah, as I fall on my knees today. Help me, God, I pray. Preserve my soul today. Father God, we pray. We ask that you restore morality, the hearts of our people, sanity, and the tongues of our singers and players of instruments. Father God, let us realize our responsibility to inspire the nation and lead a generation in the path of righteousness. Bless our families, oh God, our schools, our churches, our communities, our countries. We pray for the elderly. We pray also for the young generation that's coming. Keep us free from blood guiltiness, oh God, from iniquity workers, from the workers of darkness. Holy Emmanuel, King Selassie, through thy son Yahshua, we pray, O Yahweh Jehovah, through the Emperor Haile Selassie. Rastafari. As you taught us whenever we pray to say, O Father, who art in Zion, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done upon earth as it is in Zion. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, O Jah, but deliver us from all evil. From all evil. For such is thy kingdom, thy power, and thy glory, forever and ever. Selah. Let the words of our mouth and the meditation of our heart be accepted in thy sight, O Jah, our strength and redeemer. BBC One Extra.
Fans and sounds of the time. In the Feelings laid back. Palms we grow, rent so low, don't you know? I keep working my way back. I'm a Jamaican boy who's born and raised. Nowadays I'm lost between the two shores. LA's fine, but it ain't home. New York is home, but it ain't mine no more. I am myself. To no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am my pride. I am said and I am lost, and I can't even say why. Leaving a lonely street. Did you read about a frog who dreamed of being a king? And they all became one. Except for the name, a few other chains to talk about name. The story is the same one. I've got this emptiness deep inside, and it won't let me go. And I'm a man who don't like to swear, but I hate the sound of being alone. I am myself, to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am my pride. I am said and I am lost, and I can't even say why. I am myself, to no one there, and no one heard at all, not even the chair. I am my pride. I may be a liar sometimes, but when it comes to loving you, you know I can't pretend. You have given me all you've got, and most of the time I would selfishly pretend. Have you ever cared about someone, baby, and know that a person really cares about you? Have you ever loved anyone and know that that someone really, really loves you? If not, baby, here I am. You can take my hand, and I'll marry you. Oh, God. If not, baby, stare me in the eye. You'll see it's no surprise. It's all about you. Oh, girl. I promise I will be faithful and true when it comes to loving you. Oh, there's no word that I can use to express myself of gratitude. If you would say I do, then I promise you, baby, I'll always be true. No matter the price I have to pay, I chance, I'll take care of you. 'Cause you're the answer to my one and only prayer. Girl, I love you, I really love you, baby. Yes, you're the answer to my one and only prayer. Girl, I love you. Ooh, now I remember when you were just 16. I remember that, baby, and everybody knew you were my teenage queen. Oh, yes, you were. And as I look at you now, you're still the best I've seen. Yeah, baby. And I won't be satisfied until you wear my ring. Oh, baby. 'Cause you're the answer to my one and only prayer.
Nah. Like it permanent, no? But either way, it's a bit too dark. Oh, you have the black already? No, the black.
Girl, I love you. Slow it down so I can say what I want to say. Oh, shouldn't have to tell you how I feel. You know my loving is real. From the crown of my head to the sole of my feet. What is this that I feel? Taking control of me. My body's in trouble. It's you that I need. Is it how you walk? Is it how you talk? Or is it how you smile that make me come alive? I wanna know what it is about you. 'Cause every little thing that I've been searching for, girl, I see it in you. You're my dream come true. Every single day, in every little way, every single night I pray that you'll be there for me. 'Cause I'll be there for you, yeah. Is it how you walk? Is it how you talk? Or is it how you smile that make me come alive? I wanna know what it is about you. Let me go for a walk and have a little talk so I can get to know you. Got a lot of things to show you. Please understand that I'm only young man and my urge getting stronger. Don't keep me waiting much longer. Yeah. Wanna get to know you better. Oh, come taste and see that the Lord is good. His mercy forever and ever. I can see and I can feel His presence all around me, forever and ever, now and forever. God is the master, of Him you can't be sure. He's ready to heal you. You can call on Him once more. Give God the glory, forever, amen. He's worthy to be praised. His holy name, give God the glory, forever, amen. He's worthy to be praised. His holy name, God is the master, of Him you can be sure. He's ready to heal. You can call on Him once more. For peace of mind, show love and be kind. And mercy forever, always and forever. He'll keep His promise. He'll never forsake you. Through fasting and crying, He'll always see you through. Give God can't believe I'm not dreaming. This is reality. There's never a time I'm thinking that I don't think of you, baby. So deeply in love I'm sinking, I don't know what to do. This love is so high, we can't get over it, no, no. With feeling so wide, we can't get around. When we trust in the powers of the Most High, we'll be satisfied, baby. Forsaking all confusion mixed with foolish pride. For the rest of my years I'll be here, standing by your side, and always doing good to those who would take me for a ride. This love is so high, we can't get over it, no, no. With feeling so wide, we can't get around. A man needs to be at home to see his children grow, exalting truths and rights, and watch the vibes flow. Now if I should lose this feeling, I won't know what to do, 'cause I'm really not one of those guys just passing through. I need more time in your life. I've got to have a fighting chance to make things right. Now baby, tired of taking the blame, might just well play the game. Oh, sometimes it can be so unfair. I'm a longing to see you. I wanna know how you've been doing over yonder. I'm gonna catch this flight, and when I reach my destination, I hope you'll be smiling, longing to see me. I thought you'd drop me a line just to say hello, my dear, I'm doing fine. Doesn't matter anyway now, 'cause my love for you will never change. Tell me what you're doing right now, 'cause when everybody gonna put the blame on me for loving you, for loving you. When everybody gonna put the blame on me. See, I had your number in my diary, but as soon as I get home, it has been changed. I'm not playing any games. I wanna know if what we have still remains the same. Tell me right now, 'cause I wanna know if when. I'm tired of taking the blame for loving you. When. Everybody gonna put the blame on me. Say I'm loving you, it's a love that's true. Telling you, my darling, this is not an easy game. Saw you last night and told you how much I love you. You didn't believe a single word I say. Come today, you're gonna believe it. Gonna squeeze you and show you how I care. Only promise me you'll never hurt me, darling. Don't hurt my feeling. Don't do that to me now, darling. Don't hurt my feeling. How could you leave me this way? Don't hurt my feeling. Wanna show you I care. can see you when I want, I'll see you when I can. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. Am I wrong to fall so deeply in love with you? Knowing I got a wife and 2 little children depending on me too. And am I wrong to hunger for the gentleness of your touch? Knowing I got someone else at home who needs me just as much. And are you wrong to give your love to a married man? And am I wrong for trying to hold on to the best thing I ever had? If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. Ooh, I don't wanna be right. No, no. Are you wrong to give your love to a married man? And am I wrong for trying to hold on to the best thing I ever had? If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. Am I wrong to fall so deeply in love with you? Knowing I got a wife and 2 little children depending on me too. And am I wrong to hunger for the gentleness of your touch? Knowing I got someone else at home who needs me just as much. And are you wrong to give your love to a married man? And am I wrong for trying to hold on to the best thing I ever had? If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. If loving you is wrong, I don't wanna be right. I don't wanna be right. Ooh. Now many men will try to tell you bad things about me. Oh baby, let them try. I know one day their lust will die. And there will be no cause or reason for you to doubt me. Cause what I feel is real. The love that I have is yours, signed and sealed. Now I'm building my whole wide world around you. But baby, here's my request from you. Baby, don't take my kindness for weakness. Please don't take my sweetness for weakness. No, baby, don't take my kindness for weakness. No, no, baby. Cause our future depends on you. And no one else will do. Ooh. And every breath I take, I'll take another one for you. Because I want you in my life. Now, baby. And every song I sing, I'll be singing with feelings about you. With feelings of love so pure and true. There is no way I can live my life without you, baby. But this I desire from you. Baby, don't take my kindness for weakness. No, no, don't take my sweetness for weakness. Please don't take my kindness for weakness. No, no, baby. Cause everything depends on you. And no one else will do. No, no, no. No, baby. I'll do almost anything you ask me to. Always willing to set aside the tribulations you put me through. And people will criticize that you and me, they don't think that is wise. And everything that I do, they are willing and able to publicize. I got all bets on you, and waiting to finally receive my prize. No matter how men rule, our future is growing inside of you. Baby, time is the master. With your blessings we will prosper. I I am placing all bets on you. But baby, don't take my kindness for weakness. No, baby, don't take my sweetness. Baby, come find me. I can see from a distance the loneliness in your eyes. To know that you're lonely, I'll be there right by your side. You can dial my number in the day or night. I'll be there to answer. The phone won't have to ring twice. If you're lonely and you need some comfort too, baby, remind me. I'll be there for you when you're lonely and you need some company. Baby, remind me, and I'll be there for you. From the things you want and the things you need. Know when your man is missing, I will fulfill your needs. You need hugging and kissing, squeezing beneath the sheets. Ooh, no other man for you, lady. You know where to find me if you're lonely and you need some comfort too. Baby, come find me. I'll be there for you when you're lonely and you need some company. Baby, come find me. I'll be there for you when you're lonely, baby. Oh, girl, when you're lonely. I don't mind when you say that you're going away. You just don't wanna be lonely. And I don't care if we share only moments a day. Just don't wanna be lonely. I'd rather be loved, needed, depended on to give a love I can't give. When you're gone, when you're gone, just don't wanna be lonely. I don't mind when the time sets the sun to the moon. Just don't wanna be lonely. Let the steps find you there at the end of the room. Just don't wanna be lonely. Rather be loved, needed, depended on to give a love I can't give. When you're gone, when you're gone, just don't wanna be lonely. Just don't wanna be lonely. And I don't mind when you say that you're going away. Just don't wanna be lonely. And I don't care if we share only moments a day. Just don't wanna be lonely. I'd rather be loved, needed, depended on. My love belongs to you, girl. Don't you know we were made for each other? What I'm saying to you is true, girl. I couldn't give my love to no other. No, no. Now when the rain is falling and my sun won't shine, on the phone I am calling, I got you on my mind. Hoping I can get you online. Those other girls that are calling can't get me on the phone. I'm not giving in, I'm in love with you alone. My desire is to have you at home. You're much more than a baby mother. Now, darling, a gift to me from the Father. Give praises to Almighty Jaja for bringing you here. We na 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 na. Oh na 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 na. Na na na. Oh na 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 na. You should know this by now. You're my number one girl. There is no other. Oh no, not in this world. We'll live together and sever will never, like two peas in a pod. That's the way we will be. Now, now, baby, just you wait and see. Some people may try to keep us apart. They can't change the feelings deep within my heart. I know now for sure I love you much more than you can imagine. Girl, my love is for real. I need a love that I can feel. Yeah, you gave me your smile and you went away, baby. I prayed to Jah that one day you would come back and stay. I opened my eyes, that's when I realized that all that I do is all about you, baby. Girl, I love you really and true. Yeah, my number one girl. Change. I am not the same man I used to be. Ever since the day you came my way. Now, little darling, my sun is shining. It's the start of a brand new day. We'll be forever lovers. There will be no other. Oh no, not in this world. I'll be your man. Girl, you know you're my only one. Ever since you gave your love to me, there's been a change, my whole life's been rearranged, yeah. I can feel it now, baby. Your love, sweet love, sweet love. You know that you can always depend on me, baby. You hold the key to bring my fantasy to reality. No matter what some people say or do, I shall not remove. You've got me in a groove. It's up to you to make the right move. My forever lover, there can be no other. Oh no, not in this world. My Mrs. Right, my number one girl in this world. I can feel it now, baby. Your love, sweet love, sweet love. Feel it now, baby. Ooh.
Welcome back to the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. I am Xavier McFarlane. Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. So it is time for the awards. Yes, you have made it thus far into the competition, and it's time to reward your intellectual rigor and also your participation in this, our high school debate competition for 2024. If you are proud of yourselves, let me hear you, man. All right, so the first award that we'll be giving out will be given to the winners by Miss Sylvia Shirley Sterling. And just to give you an overview of the awards that will be given, we'll be given first place award, second place award, third place award, fourth place award, best debater, spirit award, winning coach award, second place coach award, third place coach award, and the best performing new team award, the inaugural Tisha Clark Griffiths Distinction Award, and the Tisha Clark Griffiths Merit Award. So we can all say that everybody is leaving with something today, right? So to hand out the Spirit of the Competition Award will be Miss Sylvia Shirley Sterling. And this person will be receiving a trophy and $20,000. The recipient of the Spirit of the Competition Award goes to, well, is someone from the Montego Bay High School for Girls. She has spirit, she has intellect, and she is a brilliant speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate Rihanna Baker. Congratulations, Rihanna Baker from the Montego Bay High School for Girls. The next award will be presented by Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews. This award is the Best Debater Award. The recipient of the Best Debater Award, who will be receiving a trophy and 20,000 Jamaican dollars, is Shante Lawrence. Now we're moving on. Congratulations, Shantae. And congratulations, Montego Bay High School for Girls. Now we're moving to the best performing new team. This team will be receiving a trophy and 40,000 Jamaican dollars. Yes, ma'am. So, the presenter of this award is Mr. Arlington Roberts. The recipient of the Best Performing New Team Award is a school that participated in this competition, a school that allows its students to wear ties. That school is in blue, the Blue Blood Manning School. Now, we are going to hear the results from the third place playoffs match. Which schools were in that debate, ladies and gentlemen? Okay, I heard Glenmuir and who again? Yes, this match was between the Glenmuir High School and the Montego Bay High School for girls. The third place, well, the presenter of this award is Miss Tisha Clark Griffiths and Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews. The winner of the third place playoff match is, thank you for the drum roll. Yes, love that. Come again, come again. All right. The winner for the third place playoff match is the Glenmuir High School. The Glenmuir High School will be receiving $70,000, trophies for each player or each debater, and a master trophy for the third place team. Congratulations to our third place winners, Glenmuir High. And let us not forget the winning coach of the third place match. And that coach will be receiving $5,000. Coach, could you come and collect your prize? from Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews. Thank you so much. We'll also be presenting awards to the 4th place team, Montego Bay High School for Girls. Mr. Ravon Thomas Matthews will be giving these ladies medallions and also $40,000. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving now to the grand final match. But before we go there, I'd like to mention the named best speaker of the winning 3rd place match, and that is Kalia Powell. Yes, Kalia Powell will be getting your rounds of applause. And she'll also be receiving a bag from the Jamaica Civil Service Association. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the grand finals match results. The winner, the overall champion for the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. Could the teams come to the front? The presenters of this winning award are Mr. Jermaine Barrett and Miss Tisha Clark Griffiths. The champion school for the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024 is the champion school is, who will walk away with a grand trophy and 200,000 Jamaican dollars and trophies for all debaters on the team, is Campion College. Congratulations to Campion College for being the champion team for the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024. Make some noise! Congratulations to Campion College again. And now for the second place winners of the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Debate Competition 2024, the Manning School. The Manning School will be receiving trophies for each debater, a grand trophy for the team, and 110,000 Jamaican dollars. Congratulations again to the Manning School. And to give the awards for the second and first place winning coaches is Miss Patrice Porter. The second place coach will be receiving $15,000 and merch from the Jamaica Civil Service Association. And the winning coach will be receiving $20,000 and merch from the Jamaica Civil Service Association and the Ministry of Finance and the Public Service. First place coach.
Winner balloting.
Now to the inaugural prizes. The Tisha Clark Griffiths Award for Distinction goes to the first place team, Campion College. And this will be presented by the woman herself, Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffiths. The distinction will see the team having a certificate award and also 60,000 Jamaican dollars. Up next is the Tisha Clark Griffiths Merit Award. And this award goes to the second place school, the Mannings School. They'll be receiving a certificate of merit and 40,000 Jamaican dollars.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year's Tisha Clark Griffiths Award is personally contributed. Last year, in the inaugural competition, I was sitting in the auditorium and I said, you know, as the president who introduced debate in the JCSA, I wanted to make my own contribution to the competition, and so the decision was taken, I made the decision to contribute financially to the first and second place winners. Hopefully next year we could expand it to all 4 teams, but I just wanted to do my part in giving my contribution and showing my support to these 2 teams. So thank you so much.
Let us give the president a round of applause for her noble contribution. And now all teams will be receiving goodie bags courtesy of the JCSA. Round of applause now? Yeah. All schools, everybody. A bag for you, a bag for you, and a bag for you. And as soon as you get the bags, Just rush back to your seats. Jermaine? Okay. Thank you so much. And now we'll be having closing remarks from Mrs. Tisha Clark Griffith, the president of JCSA, and Mr. Jermaine Barrett, founder and executive director of JADE.
Ladies and gentlemen, those joining us online, members of the Jamaica Civil Service Association, judges, Ministry of Finance team, my staff, the team at JADE, the staff of the hotel, the streaming team, teachers, students, debaters. It was an absolutely amazing day. If you think that is so, let me hear a round of applause. Woo! We have come to the end of the 2024 JCSA debating competition. And we have seen creativity. We have seen collaboration, teamwork, confidence. We have seen the spirit of togetherness and camaraderie. We have seen some persons looking a little bit disappointed, and we have seen some faces that are quite elated. In the end, however, we are all winners.
Absolutely.
And there are no losers in this competition. I think all of you deserve a round of applause. One thing is for certain, if you did not know what an orange economy is, you certainly left here quite educated on the topic. And also, I was looking forward to the moods. The House would increase taxes to fund public service because we need a little money, right? So that particular match between Campion College and Mannings brought out some important points. I was sitting there and I was taking in everything. As you know, the Jamaica Civil Service Association represents members of the public service, ministries, departments, and agencies across the public sector, executive agencies, and statutory bodies. And so our funding, we depend on government support to pay public servants and to provide public services. And so we appreciate the research and all the work that goes into learning and about the public sector, the issue of governance and how the government operates. Very educational for all of us, and for those persons who had no idea what it is to be a part of the Jamaica Civil Service debating competition, you have witnessed an excellent day today, and next year we're hoping to be bigger and better. Thank you so much for turning up, for doing the best that you can. The better team wins, but at the end of the day, all of us are all winners. I hope, though, that you take the lessons that you have learned today, and I'm hoping, too, that you go back to your respective schools and share the information. So next year, you will come prepared to do better in the competition. I wish you a safe journey back to your respective destination. I know you're going very far, and I pray God's blessing and mercies on all of us. Thank you so much, and do have a very productive rest of evening.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, how do you feel? No, man, you don't sound like you feel good. How do you feel? I tell you, as I sat there, whispered to Mr. Roberts, that you look good. You sound good. And the musician, whoever was playing the music, that was very well done as well. I want to just highlight the fact that I'm standing here beside the lovely Tisha Griffiths, president of the JCSA, symbolizing the unity that exists between the JCSA and Jade for this competition. While we sat earlier on, we were envisioning multiple other great ideas to expand debating and the work of Jade and JCSA across the length and breadth of Jamaica. So listen out, look out for more grand announcements, and once you see the announcements coming around, do get involved. I want to encourage every single one of you debaters, teachers, everyone in the hearing of my voice, those of you online, that this competition is more than winning. This competition is more than the prizes, awesome though they are. It's more than the cash prizes even. This competition is about investing in the minds and in the hearts of our young leaders and appreciation of the public service. Because every single one of us at some point in time engage with that most essential aspect of our society, the public service. And we know sometimes we don't get value, we don't get good customer service, and we are upset, yes? Am I talking to anybody who understands? Yes. But I hope that through the research, through the interrogation of the evidence, you have come to an appreciation that the public service is a force for good. Do you believe that? Yes. So when you go to your homes, to your families, to your community, let people know that the public service should be regarded and respected for the sacrifice, for the investment, for the commitment that they make for every single one of us to lead greater and better lives. So thank you very much for your time, your talent, and your commitment to this competition. And we look forward with great anticipation to 2025. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give our esteemed members a round of applause. "26 schools, 28 matches, 1 champion school, and that is Campion College." Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Jamaica Civil Service Association High Schools Competition 2024, and it was marvelous. As we leave today with enriched minds, I hope that you go in the world fueling a thinking revolution and seeking to advance the vision and building a nation. I'm Xavier McFarlane. Good evening.
I found everything that I need for always, now and forever. I found everything that I want in you, baby, baby. I've been out and all over the world. I've socialized with many beautiful ladies, but what we had, none can compare. Found all I need in you, baby, just realize and recognize